Chennai Corporation. It offered scholarships to backward classes students to remove their economic disadvantage and offer level playing ground to students from all social backgrounds. The Justice Party government abolished the scourge of the Devadasi system. It created a public service commission to recruit government servants, and this was yet another first in India. Therefore, the history and feats of the 13-year Justice Party regime are still being spoken about in India. It was in 1944 that the Justice Party metamorphosed into the Dravidar Kazhagam under the leadership of Thandai Periyar. Even though Thandai Periyar did not take a political plunge, his scintillating speeches and unmatched ideological vision had a deep impact on the economic and social development of the state, social justice, caste annihilation, liberation, and progress of women and equality for all. Thandai Periyar's disciples like Perarinyar Anna and others founded the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam. The voice of Perarinyar Anna roared in parliament for states' rights and autonomy. After forming the government in the state in 1967, the DMK government led by Anna renamed Madras state as Tamil Nadu. He introduced the two-language formula. The DMK government brought in a legislation permitting self-respect marriages. A couple in love can get married as per their volition without rituals, thereby making it easy to have intercaste marriages. After Anna, our beloved Muttamil Arinyar Kalaignar M. Karunanidhi took the reins of the movement and became Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu in 1969. By enacting countless laws to promote social justice and equality in Tamil Nadu, Kalaignar proved his mettle and showed the world that he was a worthy student of Periyar and brother of Arinyar Anna. Kalaignar Karunanidhi formed the Sattanathan Committee and based on its recommendation granted 31% reservation for OBCs and 18% for scheduled castes. In 1989, Kalaignar created 20% reservations for most backward classes comprising of at least 108 intermediary castes. This accelerated the progress of the most backward classes, who started getting employment and jobs more easily than ever. In 1979, the Mandal Commission was constituted by the Union government to identify and inquire into the social status of other backward classes and recommend measures to improve their living conditions. In its report in the 1980s, the Mandal Commission recommended grant of 27% reservation for OBCs in education and employment. The report, however, was consigned to cold storage as there was opposition to the recommendations in North India. It took another 10 years for the report to be revived and implemented by the VP Singh government in 1990. Because of the government order, the VP Singh government at the centre was toppled. However, Kalaignar Karunanidhi as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu accepted the Mandal Commission report and enforced it in the state of Tamil Nadu. In a speech at the State Assembly, Kalaignar Karunanidhi heaped praise on the VP Singh government on August 21, 1990. He said that the Mandal Commission report had given us a foundation to implement social justice measures, championed implementation of the report, and even to go beyond the recommendations and do more for OBCs. He moved a resolution to support the Mandal Commission report in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and it was unanimously adopted. It is because of these efforts of Kalaignar Karunanidhi that Tamil Nadu now has 69% reservations for the backward classes, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. It was Kalaignar's government in 1989 that passed a pioneering law to give women equal share in the family property. This law is still considered a model law for the whole nation. Only in 2005, the then Union government made it law for the whole country. Kalaignar Karunanidhi championed education for women, and he made college education for women completely free of cost. This too helped Tamil Nadu emerge as a state where the flag of social justice flies high. Kalaignar's revolution was not just in the public sector. It was during the DMK's rule that even the private sector experienced a revolution. By framing special laws for SIPCOT, SITCO, and establishing information technology parks across Tamil Nadu, Kalaignar Karunanidhi modernized Tamil Nadu and brought lakhs of information technology jobs to Tamil Nadu. The beneficiaries of these jobs were the youth of Tamil Nadu, and it is for this reason that history fondly remembers Kalaignar Karunanidhi as the architect of modern Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has witnessed a new dawn under Chief Minister Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin. The schemes and policies he has implemented immediately after taking charge as Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has brought about an unbelievable change on economic and social justice fronts. CM M.K. Stalin has brought to fruition Thandai Periyar's long-held dream and Kalaignar Karunanidhi's persistent battle by enacting a law permitting archakars from all castes in temples. Social Justice Pledge on Thandai Periyar's birth anniversary, Equality Day Pledge on Dr. Ambedkar's birth anniversary, Memorial for Martyrs of Reservation Struggle in Vizhupuram, resumption of Periyar Samatvapuram project are just few of the social justice policies of CM Stalin. The other projects to promote inclusive development include Pudumai Pen project to enable women to realize their dreams, Makkal Thedi Maruthuvam, Illam Thedi Kalvi, Naan Mudalvan, the Mudalvarin Mugavari scheme to elevate the hurdles faced by the people, and free breakfast scheme for school students. These are some of the revolutionary policy measures taken by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin within a period of 2 years. The 7.5% reservation in medical courses for students from government schools became law because of Stalin, who as the then leader of opposition stood by the government in enacting the law. He even met the Tamil Nadu governor and launched a protest against the governor when the Raj Bhavan sought to put the law in cold storage. After assuming charge as Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin handpicked top lawyers to defend the law before the Madras High Court. The 7.5 reservation granted to government school students was then expanded to cover all professional degrees. M.K. Stalin, as Chief Minister of the Dravida model government, has taken forward the cause of women empowerment and economic independence in society by providing free bus passes to all women and providing monthly basic income of ₹1,000 to female heads of families. This has caused women to unshackle themselves from centuries of patriarchal oppression and stand tall. The DMK's members of parliament, T.R. Balu and P. Wilson, spoke in the parliament demanding 27% reservation for OBCs in the All India quota of MBBS. DMK's Rajya Sabha MP P. Wilson then wrote to the Union Health Minister multiple times and also met the minister in person regularly to press for the demand. CM M.K. Stalin then wrote to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, reiterating the demand. He also wrote to all national level political leaders, requesting them to lend their voice and collectively to support the DMK's demand for 27% reservations for OBCs in All India quota in medical admissions. Not confining to political measures, Chief Minister Stalin then directed the party's senior lawyer, P. Wilson, to take forward the legal battle up to the Supreme Court of India. These efforts bore fruits. The party was able to win the case and get 27% reservations in All India quota of medical and dental courses. This win has benefited 4,022 OBC students in medical courses and 1,000 OBC students in dental courses every year. This achievement was made possible by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. A medical college can admit only 150 students. For accommodating 4,022 students, as many as 27 new medical colleges have to be built. Therefore, this boon for OBC students became possible only as a result of the political and legal struggle spearheaded by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who realized that this is a struggle undertaken not only for Tamil Nadu but for the whole of India. Every OBC leader and organization across India celebrated and hailed these efforts of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, which was a massive win on the social justice front. Commenting on the victory, Chief Minister Stalin brimmed with pride and said, "This is a historic day. This day deserves to be cast in gold. This has come as music to the ears 73 years after the social justice movement first made its appearance on the horizon." Chief Minister Stalin is not one to rest on his laurels. Immediately after the historic win, he called for the formation of the All India Federation for Social Justice and invited all like-minded leaders from states to come together. A webinar was conducted last year. Every top voice for social justice in India participated in the webinar and commended the Chief Minister on his historic feat. But Chief Minister Stalin's vision for social justice does not stop with Tamil Nadu. He wants to continue the battle ceaselessly for states' rights and achieve the ultimate goal of social justice across India with everyone's participation and involvement. Everything for everyone. This is Chief Minister Stalin's Dravidian model. It is now his dream to reach this vision to the nook and corner of India.
I now invite the Honorable Mr. Justice Retired V. Ishwaraya, the convener of the SRA and chairman of the All India Backward Classes Federation, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you for inviting me to give welcome address on behalf of the All India Federation for Social Justice, which is established for everything for everyone. And today is a great day because today is the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj death anniversary also, and his successor, Mr. Sahu Maharaj, implemented 50% reservations in favor of backward classes, be the disciple of Mahatma Jyotirao Phule. On behalf of various social organizations, AIBCF, SRA, PAIGAM, AMSEP, WTP, social justice leaders, professors, doctors, and on behalf of all the SC, ST, OBC organizations of the Bharat, India, I hereby welcome Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, President DMK, Ashok Gehlot ji, Honorable Chief Minister Rajasthan, Honorable Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister Jharkhand, Mr. Tejasvi Yadav, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Honorable Justice Virendra Singh Yadav, Chairman SRA and founder of Samajik Chetana Foundation, Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, leader of opposition UP and President of Samajwadi Party, Mr. Sridharam Yechury, former MP and General Secretary CPIM, Mr. D. Raja, former MP and General Secretary CPI, Mr. Farooq Abdullah, MP and President of Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, Mr. O'Brien, MP and Parliamentary Party Leader in Rajya Sabha, Mr. Chagan Chandrakant Bhujbal, MLA and Deputy former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Sanjay Singh, MP, Aam Aadmi Party, Manoj Kumar Jha, MP, RJD, P.T. Muhammad Bashir, Mr. MP and Organizing Secretary, Indian Union Muslim League, Dr. K. Keshav Rao, Member of Parliament and National President Rashtra Samaj Raksha Paksh, Mr. Naba Kumar Saranian, MP, Assam, Rajkumar Saini, former MP Lok Sabha, Mr. Veeramani, President Dravida Kazhagam, Tamil Nadu, Mr. Vaiko, MP, Tamil Nadu, Mr. Thiruvannamalai, MP, Tamil Nadu, Mr. Jawaharullah, MLA, Tamil Nadu, Mr. E.R. Ishwaran, MLA, Tamil Nadu, Dr. V.D. Borkar, President People's Party of India, Democratic, Mr. Dilip Mandal, Senior Journalist, Mr. W.N. Wagh, National Convener, PAGA, Dr. Anil Jain, Convener, Samvidhan Bachao Sangharsh Samiti, Mr. Bahadur Singh Lodhi, Chief Organizer, Pichda Varg Samyukt Sangharsh Morcha, Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Vaman Mesram, National President, VAMSEP, Dr. Lakshmi Yadav, Professor, Delhi University, Dr. Suraj Mandal, Professor, Delhi University, Dr. Ratan Lal, Professor, Delhi University, leaders of WP and various WTP, various other SC/ST, OBC organizations who have later going to join after preparing our list. Particularly, I thank Professor Mohan Gopal, who is a renowned jurist, constitutional expert, mentor, philosopher, and guide for the social justice movement, who appeared and argued DW's case along with senior advocate Wilson and also he recently argued for reservations in the local bodies in the UP, and we are able to get the set aside the judgment of the Allahabad High Court. A warm welcome to all of you in this great for this great event, which is the first of its kind on taking forward the struggle for the social justice by this national program. I respectively thank Honorable Sri M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, who has found All India Federation for the Social Justice, for uplifting for uniting the various political party leaders to fight collectively on the social justice issues to achieve everything for everyone. That is a due and proportionate reservation. जो नॉर्थ इंडिया में कहते हैं जितना जिनकी संख्या भारी उतना उसकी हिस्साधारी. So as much we want that much of share in all wings of the constitution. We want the Constitution of India to be protected, preserved, and implemented in its true letter and spirit for securing the social, economic, political justice, along with the liberty, equality, fraternity, respect, and dignity. Therefore, keeping in the view of my past experience and the social justice struggle is going on by various social organizations, we demand the Union of India to conduct caste census immediately to provide true and adequate representation, due and adequate representation in proportion to their population for SC/ST, OBCs in all wings of the state executive, legislature, judiciary, and administration. We demand all the state governments to make a law for preparing and maintaining a list of socially educated backward classes entries under Article 342A3, which is the latest amendment in 2021, and which exercise is being taken by the Bihar government under the leadership of the Honorable Nitish Kumar ji and Tejasvi Yadav. We demand appeal all the political parties to amend Article 243D6 and 243D6 and provide reservations in the local bodies for OBCs in proportion to their population like SC/ST, OBCs. Because of certain judgments, Krishnamurthy versus Gawali versus cases, and the Supreme Court ruled that without OBC, the triple test, without OBC, the population, no reservations can be made in the local bodies. That is the reason why we are losing. Therefore, every state has to conduct the social educational backward classes inquiry and maintain the list for the purpose of reservations in the education, employment, and local body. We demand to categorize the central OBC list and the state OBC list based on the socio-economic caste census and provide their due share without exclusion of the creamy layer, which is being implemented in the state of Tamil Nadu. They are not providing any creamy layer, insisting any creamy layer, and they are not implementing the EWS reservations also in the Tamil Nadu. And we demand the quality education, free quality education, and free health care to all the citizens. We support the women reservations provided OBC reservations are provided within the women reservations. Last time also, when this bill was introduced, our backward leaders insisted to provide reservations for the OBCs also. That is the reason why the bill could not be passed. Even now, some political parties from obvious reasons they are raising this demand without demanding OBC reservations within the women bill. We demanded to publish socio-economic caste census 2011 and conduct caste census along with the decadal census. We demand reservations in the private sector for SCs, STs, OBCs because everything is being nationalized, and therefore we appeal the political parties to deconstructing the oligarchy dominant communities and democratizing the Indian state ensuring the due share for all communities in the legislature, judiciary, and executive. So we have seen, our experience shows that even in the backward class or SC, ST chief minister becomes, but the due and adequate share is not, oligarchy is not dismantled, and all are not being given the a share in all the wings. We demand EW reservations shall also be extended to SC, ST, OBC. EW reservations, why excluding SC, ST, OBC? And without inquiry, without caste census, just 5%, 3.5% population, they provide 10% reservations. So that we are demanding. Let us not take back, but let SC, ST, OBC also get EW's reservations. For that, Parliament has to amend. Therefore, we appeal the political parties. We condemn and demand the propagation for the Hindu Rashtra. No one like for a separate country within the India like Khalistan to divide India. The demand for the Hindu Rashtra dismantles the secularism and the Indian constitution. We also demand Jal, Jungle and Jameen for SCs and Adivasis in the scheduled areas. The political parties shall work together for a common minimum program for uplifting fulfilling the desires and demands of the majority people who are the backward classes. As Baba Sahib Ambedkar said, political power is the master key to achieve all the demands, and that master key is to get from the ideological unity among all social justice organizations. The ideological institutions nourishes the political parties as water to the plant, giving the good fruits. Otherwise, the political parties without ideological social organizations cannot survive for a long time. I thank for giving you a wonderful opportunity in a unique joint national program organized by All India Federation for the Social Justice, which is a brainchild of Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M.K. Stalin and other political leaders. Jai Bharat, Jai Samvidhan. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. B.N. Wagh, the national convener of PAGAM, to deliver his address.
अब मैं फुले अंबेडकर गौरवशाली और आदर्शवादी मुहिम के राष्ट्रीय संयोजक डॉक्टर बीएन वाघ से सभा को संबोधित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ।
I welcome my brothers and sisters present in the meeting. I am very much thankful to our beloved Honorable P. Wilson, Member of Parliament, for taking efforts, as I saw, in arranging today's meeting. I am as a national convener of PAGAM, that is Phule Ambedkari Gauravshali or Adarshwadi Muhim. Very glad to see that the Social Revolution Alliance has taken a good step, calling various social organizations together to discuss our further course of action. It is also important to note that the alliance has invited the leaders of the political parties, especially DMK party leader and the Chief Minister, Honorable M.K. Stalin, in today's meeting. Today, our country is passing through a very critical situation due to the policies and activities of the present government. On the other hand, in the present political situation, we have got an opportunity to take over the political power of the country, because the identity is now very clear that who are the brothers and who are their opponents. But we have to handle the situation very carefully. For that purpose, we have to seek guidance from the social senior leaders of the social organizations who have gone through the social as well as political movement. Because even if we get the political power, there is a question of its sustenance. There is a proverb that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Therefore, it requires directions from the social organization. For that purpose, a strong and powerful social organization is required. According to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, political revolution always follows social revolution. It indicates that the political power is a byproduct of the social movement. We have seen it in Tamil Nadu that before DMK came in power, Dravid Kazhagam, a social organization, had to work hard throughout. Therefore, the Social Revolution Alliance has to work hard throughout the country. No doubt, there can be a coordination between the leaders of the social organization and the leaders of the political parties, but they should not be mixed up with each others, as it happened in case of BAMSEP and the Bahujan Samaj Party. The political power. A question may raise that who has decided the goal of social organization? The reply to this question is that our heroes like Periyar Ramaswamy, Mahatma Phule, Dr. Ambedkar and other saints and gurus have fixed this goal and therefore is binding upon us, like the rulings of the court and high courts are binding upon the lower courts. For this purpose, the social organization has to put it ahead. It has to work like the roots of a tree so that the tree can bear the fruits. Without social work, nothing can be achieved and can last long. Jai Bharat.
Finally, one from.
வரலையே இப்ப இங்க வரலையே
இன்னும் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க வந்துடும் ஓப்பன் ஆயிட்டு.
Vanakkam. At a time when there is a greater challenge to the very concept of social justice, our honorable leader and Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has taken the initiative to forge all like-minded leaders and associations and conducting a national conference under the banner of All India Federation for Social Justice, for which we express our sincere thanks. Tamil Nadu, as everyone will know and acknowledge, is the forerunner in spearheading a movement for social justice. The Dravidian movement had more than 100 years history in upholding the torch of social justice taken forward by selfless leaders and primarily by Tandai Periyar, the greatest social revolutionary, starting the self-respect movement. The baton was taken forward by leaders including Kamaraja, great Aringer Anna and Dr. Kalaignar M. Karunanidhi. Today, the torch is kept atop by our leader and hero of social justice, Sri M.K. Stalin. Within a short span of time, the government led by this great leader has taken enormous steps towards social justice. Free bus travel for women, free breakfast scheme for children studying in the elementary schools, health care at doorstep, ₹1,000 every month to nearly 1 crore women, to mention a few. Under the Pudumai Pen scheme of providing ₹1,000 scholarship every month for girl students from deprived sections from last year had an impact of 29% increase of girl students joining the schools. In order to ensure that reservation policy of 16% adopted in Tamil Nadu is rightly implemented, Honorable Chief Minister initiated a move of constituting a social justice monitoring committee, first of its kind in India. It is quite incidental and heartening that I am also included as a member of this committee. It is also worth mentioning, in the recent budget of 2023-24 presented last week, Tamil Nadu government has earmarked a sum of rupees 1,560 crores for the welfare of backward classes. This is totally in contrast with the Union government's allocation of rupees 1,970 crores roughly for the backward classes in the earlier budget. Be it NEET or national education policy, Tamil Nadu is opposing the schemes as it totally denies social justice. Having said this, from our AIOBC Employees Federation, we would like to project some of the important issues. Number one, the decision of the present union government to privatize the public sector undertakings will affect not only the economic development but also totally the concept of social justice. Hence, this has to be halted at any cost. Number two, there is an urgent need to have a data of various communities, and hence a caste census has to be undertaken by the union government because the caste census comes under the purview of the union government. Then, three, removal of creamy layer concept, which is totally unconstitutional. And even the government has not revised the rupees 8 lakhs annual income, which was fixed in 2017, even in 2023 also. Legal pundits opine that after the passing of 102 and 105 constitutional amendment together, having inserted articles 343A, 366, 26C subclass and 338B, the backward classes can no longer be categorized under the creamy layer concept. Hence, it has to be removed, and I request our distinguished leaders to kindly ponder over this important issue. The ceiling of 50% reservation imposed by Indira Jani judgment has already been breached by 103 constitutional amendment by providing 10% reservation to EWS. Even the Supreme Court of India, by its judgment dated 7th November 2022, has upheld this breach of 50% ceiling, and hence the backward classes has to be given 52% reservation as per Mandal Commission report. Even after 75 years of independence, still the backward classes, SCs, STs could not get their due participation in the decision-making process. Recent data in 12 public sector banks at the top position of chief general managers, OBCs, SCs and STs are just 8%. In general manager post, they are only 12%. In Group A post, OBCs are just 22%. Recently, Union Law Minister replied in Parliament that among the 569 judges in High Courts, BC, SC, ST and minorities are only 18%. All this data shows that there is a need to provide reservation promotion also up to the top level. The year-long celebration of the great Vaikam struggle has been started by our Honorable Chief Minister along with Kerala Chief Minister. His rich message at the inaugural function at Vaikam to retrieve legacy of Periyar and defined the philosophy of Periyarism, where self-respect, rationalism, humanism, non-discrimination based on blood or gender, self-development, women's empowerment, social justice, secular politics, and scientific temper needs to be taken forward to the next generation to protect social justice. The struggle for social justice has been going on for thousands of years, but in a democratic society, it need not and cannot continue. We once again thank the organizers and in particular our respected Honorable Chief Minister for the tremendous efforts that is put by him and the government in protecting and promoting justice for all. We thank the organizers for giving our AIOBC Employees Federation, having nearly 50 OBC associations from central government and public sectors, also an opportunity to share our views in this August conference. Thank you. I am G. Karunanidhi, General Secretary, AIOBC Employees Federation.
Honorable President, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters. On behalf of All India Forward Bloc, the party founded by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and nurtured by Pasumban Muthuramalinga Thevar, I congratulate Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam and its leader Sri M.K. Stalin for organizing this event under the banner of All India Federation for Social Justice to discuss a burning issue confronting our nation today. And indeed, it is an opportunity for the political force of our country, the political forces of our country to come together to discuss about how the ruling clique of our country is sabotaging the constitutional values enshrined very clearly in the preamble of our constitution. Our constitution says that our country is a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. So when democracy is being negated both in the parliament and the outside, and the media persons, about 200 media persons are still in jail for writing against the government deeds or the policies of the government. When the opposition leaders are speaking in the parliament, it is being removed from the records of the parliament, and agencies in the government, they are being targeted by the inquiry agencies. The fascism is drawing energy from the decadence of parliamentary system. So this communal majority of our country is outnumbering the political majority of our nation. So it is a very unfortunate situation is being developed in our country. Our constitution ensures that justice for economic, social and political, but the discrimination is still there on the basis of caste, creed, religion, and even from the locality and the colors of skin. And how we can say that there is a justice when the entire natural and national assets have been privatized by the government? How we can say that there is equal opportunities? How we can say that the basic principles of our reservation can be ensured when 103rd amendments of our constitution, which negates the entire principles of the reservation. Nobody has objected in the parliament. Very few voices have been heard in the parliament. So reservation is not for a program for eradication of poverty. It has to ensure that opportunity for, it has to uplift the people those who are socially and educationally backward. So that basic principle has been sabotaged in the parliament through this 103rd amendment of the constitution. So the time has come that a proper movement is needed for ensuring the social justice and ensuring the values which are enshrined in the constitution of our country. So this initiative of DMK and this Federation for Social Justice is an opportunity to discuss and to draw some program, some political program to protect our constitution, to protect the values of our democracy, to protect the secular character of our nation, and to protect the rights of the work. Because when there is a rampant privatization, there is no principles of reservation will be followed there. Whether it is right from civil aviation to ordnance factories, now rampant privatization is taking place. There is no scope for further reservation in this government sector or any public sector. So the equal opportunity for youngsters has been also. So this is the time to start to streamline our movement for education for all, employment for all, and health facilities for all, and to save our nation from the clutches of these communal divisive forces. So this initiative taken by DMK and this federation for provide an opportunity for the like-minded political forces, social forces to discuss about this vital issue. And All India Forward Bloc, the party founded by Subhash Chandra Bose, will remain with this movement. And finally, I would like to mention here that this is the centenary year of Vaikam Satyagraha, the first untouchability, the movement against untouchability started in Kerala, where Thandai Periyar, V. Ramaswamy Naikar was part and parcel of that movement. And this is a right opportunity to start or streamline or strengthen this movement. And it is also to be mentioned here, it is very imperative to mention here that it is Pashumban Muthuramalingam Thevar who led the movement for the engine for entering the people from the lower community for the entry of Madurai Meenakshi temple. So that is also a historical moment. So the party of Pashumban Muthuramalingam Thevar, the Forward Bloc, will remain with this movement, and we will leave no stone unturned to strengthen the movement for social. Thank you very much once again for the organizers, and definitely we will remain with you and for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Vaman Meshram, the National President, BAMSIF, to deliver his address.
अब मैं BAMSIF के राष्ट्रीय पूर्व अध्यक्ष श्री वामन मेश्राम से सभा को संबोधित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ।
साथियों, सोशल जस्टिस मूवमेंट के बैनर के द्वारा एक ऑल इंडिया का प्रोग्राम आज होने जा रहा है। ये करने का काम तमिलनाडु के चीफ मिनिस्टर स्टालिन जी के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। इसके लिए मैं सबसे पहले उनको इस काम के लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूँ। दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि भारत का जो बनाया गया ढांचा है, जिसमें बहुसंख्यक लोग वर्णा सिस्टम के नीचे शूद्र, अनटचेबल, आदिवासी, नॉमिडिक टाइप ऐसे लोग हैं। इन लोगों को केवल सोशल जस्टिस की ही जरूरत नहीं है, बल्कि डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप में जो 4 पिलर सिस्टम है, पहला है विधायिका, दूसरा है कार्यपालिका, तीसरा है न्यायपालिका, चौथा है मीडिया। ये जो 4 पिलर डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम है, उसमें इन लोगों को रियल रिप्रेजेंटेशन की जरूरत है। आज इन लोगों को नॉमिनेटेड रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिला हुआ है। नॉमिनेटेड रिप्रेजेंटेशन से सोशल जस्टिस होने वाला नहीं है। पहली बात तो ये हमको समझना होगा, क्योंकि सोशल जस्टिस का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो बैकवर्ड क्लास का रिजर्वेशन जब लागू किया गया तो ये सामाजिक न्याय की बात है, ऐसा विश्वनाथ प्रताप सिंह के द्वारा कहा गया। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि अगर ये बात है कि रिजर्वेशन को ही सोशल जस्टिस कहा गया, तो रिजर्वेशन से हमारी SC, ST, OBC इन लोगों को सोशल चेंज की जरूरत है। भारत में सोशल जस्टिस से भी ज्यादा सोशल चेंज की जरूरत है, जो जातीय वर्ण व्यवस्था और जाति व्यवस्था के आधार पर, अस्पृश्यता के आधार पर, आदिवासियों को सेग्रीगेट करने के आधार पर, महिलाओं को दास बनाने के आधार पर, घुमंतु जातियों को बहिष्कृत करने के आधार पर अधिकार वंचित की गई है, उनको केवल सोशल जस्टिस करने से समस्या का समाधान होने वाला नहीं है। सोशल चेंज किए बगैर इन लोगों की मौलिक समस्याओं का समाधान हो नहीं सकता। सवाल है फिर ये सोशल चेंज कैसे होगा, जब तक SC, ST, OBC माइनॉरिटी के लोग अपने बल पर अपना संगठन निर्माण नहीं करते और अपनी संगठित शक्ति का निर्माण नहीं करते, तब तक ये सोशल चेंज होने वाला नहीं है। तमिलनाडु में पेरियार रामस्वामी जी के द्वारा जो सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट मूवमेंट चलाई गई थी, वो इंडिपेंडेंट मूवमेंट थी, और वो इंडिपेंडेंट मूवमेंट चलाने की वजह से ही आज DMK जो बैकवर्ड क्लासेस का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उनको पावर में केवल हिस्सेदारी नहीं मिली है, बल्कि पावर पर कंट्रोल करने का मौका मिला है। ये बहुत बड़ा चेंज है। इस तरह का चेंज केवल तमिलनाडु में करने से समस्या का समाधान नहीं होगा। ये चेंज सारे देश भर में होना जरूरी है, और सारे देश भर संगठित शक्ति होना जरूरी है। इस संगठित शक्ति के बल पर सोशल चेंज किया जा सकता है। केवल सोशल जस्टिस से हमारी समस्याओं का समाधान होने वाला नहीं है। हमें सोशल चेंज करने की जरूरत है, और सोशल चेंज करने के लिए हमें अपनी खुद की संगठित शक्ति का निर्माण करना होगा, और वो करने के लिए अगर स्टालिन जी पहल करते हैं तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, उनको ये करना चाहिए। मुझे इस काम में हम लोग उनको साथ सहयोग करेंगे, और वो ऑल इंडिया में अगर इसमें पहल करते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से इसका राष्ट्रव्यापी असर होगा। ऐसा करना जरूरी है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ स्टालिन जी इसके लिए पहल करेंगे। आपने मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनी, इसके लिए आभार, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. B.D. Borkar, former president of People's Party of India Democratic, to deliver his address.
अब मैं पीपल्स पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया के पूर्व अध्यक्ष श्री BD बोरकर से सभा को संबोधित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ।
Respected Honorable Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Honorable Justice Ishwaraya, Honorable Justice Yadav, Mr. Wilson, Member Parliament Rajya Sabha, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I am extremely thankful to the organizers and especially Justice Ishwaraya having given me an opportunity to put forth my views in this conference. I am presenting my views on behalf of my party, the People's Party of India Democratic. Our party is a nascent 4 years old, but an all India party having offices in about 12 states and working under the fully Ambedkarite ideology, which is nothing but the constitutional ideology. The nation should be governed by the constitution, which is a collective will and resolve of the people of this country that we shall provide justice, social, economic and political, and of course, equality of opportunity and status and liberty of thoughts and expression. We, the Mool Nivasi Bahujan, still stand by that solemn resolution in the Constituent Assembly. But the so-called Savarnas have disowned that resolution and gone back to make this country a Hindu Rashtra, against which Dr. Ambedkar has cautioned. He said, and I quote, "If Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. On that count, it is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. When we, through our constitution, resolve to provide justice, it means distributive justice. It also means the resources of the nation should be equitably distributed to the peoples of this nation. How can it be done without collection of data of a different caste through census? This is the popular demand of the Mool Nivasi Bahujan Samaj, which constitutes 90% population of this country. Only a handful of Brahminical forces who have disowned the solemn resolution adopted by the Constitution are opposing the popular demand of caste census. What more can be expected from these creatures? They are the selfish lot who do not want to share the resources of the state because they will be losers and will not be allowed to amass the wealth of the nation. Whom to blame and from whom to demand the caste census? We are demanding it from those who are determined not to do it. They have filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court to that effect. We also cannot expect from the Supreme Court, because their kith and kin are sitting in the Supreme Court, to protect their class interests. Dr. Ambedkar, in the preface of his book, Who Were the Shudras, OBCs, and How Have They Come to be Fourth Varna in the Indo-Aryan society, said, when someone has a courage to raise his voice against the so-called sacred books of Hindus, eminent Hindus who could be expected to have no interest and to have free and open mind becomes partisan and join the outcry. Even Hindu judges of the high courts and the prime ministers of Indian states do not hesitate to join their kind. In such a situation, what we have in our hand to get the census carried. Leave aside the justice, the distributive justice. Dr. Ambedkar was aware that such a situation shall come despite the provisions made in the Constitution. While exhorting his lieutenants, he said, the rights which I have provided in the Constitution, that will be for a limited period. When these rights vanish, what we shall have to depend upon is our organization, our unity, and our strength. Do we have any strength? Do we have any power? Having 90% population numerically, how can we say we have no strength? We have no power. We have power, not in our hands, but on the fingertips of our hand, which Dr. Ambedkar laboriously earned for us from British in 1930 and incorporated in our Constitution through Article 326 of the Constitution. What have we done with it? We have given this power in the hands of our enemies for the last 72 years and even continue to hope that they will use this power for our rights, for our betterment. I feel we are leading a life of illusion. Sooner we realize it is better for us, we must use that power and dethrone our enemy and capture the political power and use that power for our rights, for our betterment. Another important point is that if we have to fight RSS and its cohort, then we have to understand one thing. In this book itself, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar proved that we are not the Shudras of Indo-Aryan society. That is why in the title of the book itself, he said, how have they come to be fourth Varna of Indo-Aryan society? It means that the OBCs who are identified by Brahminical social order as the Shudras are not the Shudras of Indo-Aryan society, and by corollary are not the Hindus which RSS claims them to be. We are different people, the original inhabitants, Mool Nivasi of this land. This awakening is required on large scale among OBC. Unless we distinguish ourselves from the Hindus of RSS, which are only Savarnas, we cannot fight them. There is no point to beat around the bush. To conclude, we have to fight RSS, BJP, not only politically by constitutional means, but socially by sociological means. Jai Bhim, Jai Mool Nivasi, Jai Samvidhan, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Lakshman Yadav, Professor, Delhi University, to deliver his address.
जोहार इंकलाब जिंदाबाद। दोस्तों, आज हम लोग जिस वजह से दिल्ली में इकट्ठा हुए हैं, ये बहुत जरूरी वजह है। बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर ने संविधान सभा की आखिरी बैठकों में एक बात कही थी कि ये राष्ट्र अभी है नहीं, भारत एक राष्ट्र है नहीं, भारत को राष्ट्र बनना है। इस राष्ट्र बनने में कुछ बहुत गंभीर चुनौतियां हैं। अगर हमें इस मुल्क से मोहब्बत है, अगर हम भारत के संविधान को चाहते हैं, हम सबका भारत बनाना चाहते हैं, तो हम उन चुनौतियों को पहचानेंगे, उन चुनौतियों से लड़ेंगे और सबका भारत बनाएंगे। जिन लोगों का जमावड़ा आज दिल्ली में हुआ है, ये सारे वैसे ही लोग हैं जो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया से मोहब्बत करते हैं, भारत के संविधान को जहन में रखते हैं और ये बात समझते हैं कि इस देश में सबसे ज्यादा गैर बराबरी अन्याय जाति के नाम पर हुई है और जब तक इस देश में जाति का खात्मा नहीं होगा या जाति के नाम पर समानता वाला भारत नहीं बनेगा, आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया अधूरा है। इसलिए हम सामाजिक न्याय के मानने वाले लोग, बिरसा, फूले, अंबेडकर, पेरियार, अब्दुल कयूम अंसारी, भगत सिंह को मानने वाले लोग, मंडल और कांशी राम को मानने वाले लोग, इस देश के मोहब्बत करने वाले लोग आज यहां पर इकट्ठे की लड़ाई जरूरी है। ईवीएम से लेकर के तमाम तरह के संस्थानिक हत्याओं को हमें रोकना होगा, हमें जातिवाद को खत्म करना होगा, हमें सामाजिक न्याय, आर्थिक न्याय, लैंगिक न्याय की लड़ाई को आगे ले चलना होगा। इसलिए मेरा पैगाम इस मुल्क के आम आवाम से है, आइए, हमने भारत के संविधान और मंडल कमीशन का लाभ लिया है, हमने बिरसा, फूले, अंबेडकर, पेरियार, भगत सिंह, अब्दुल कयूम अंसारी, सावित्रीबाई फातिमा शेख का लाभ लिया है, उनके कुर्बानी और संघर्षों का लाभ लिया है। इसलिए जिम्मेदारी हमारी है कि उनकी कुर्बानी से जो हासिल है उसे बर्बाद होने से बचाएं। खेत बचेगा तो हम आपस के झगड़े से निपट लेंगे कि किसके हिस्से की कितनी फसल। अगर खेत ही लुट गया, बर्बाद हो गया, तो बंटवारे की लड़ाई किस नाम पर होगी। मुल्क के 90% कमेरा लोगों, आइए मिल करके सामाजिक न्याय की लड़ाई को, जाति जनगणना की लड़ाई को, मंडल कमीशन के सिफारिशों के लागू कराने की लड़ाई को, शिक्षा के बचाने की लड़ाई को, भूमि सुधार की लड़ाई को, संसाधनों के बराबर के वितरण की लड़ाई को आगे ले चलें। और राष्ट्रभक्त हम हैं, राष्ट्र को बनाने का काम हमारे मुल्क के पुरखों ने किया है, इसलिए राष्ट्र को बचाने का काम हम करेंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जय भीम, जय मंडल, संविधान जिंदाबाद, उल गुलान जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद।
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Anil Jaihind, the convener of the Samvidhan Bachao Sangharsh Samiti, to deliver his address.
Of the rich and upper class people of our country rule our country. Oxfam report reveals that there are 166 billionaires in our country, like Ambanis and Adanis, and top 1% of India's super rich own more than 40% of India's wealth, and top 10% own more than 2/3 of India's wealth, while bottom 50% own just 3% of India's wealth. So it is not a rocket science who are these super rich and who are the bottom poor. Without caste census, we all know that those who belong to the privileged castes of Brahminical hierarchical caste system are the super rich and the backward classes are the bottom poor. Rich fund the political parties and government, so are the puppets of rich people and dance to their tunes. The policies of the government are dictated by the rich, as backward classes are poor, so they are voiceless. That is why even after 75 years of independence, we backward classes are still crying hoarse for our fundamental constitutional rights, but nobody cares. So the need of the hour is that we pull up backward classes from the black hole of poverty and make them wealthy. So how to pull them up? That is $1 million question. So there are 3 doors to wealth. One is inheritance from the parents, which is not possible in the case of backward classes. Second is social capital. I mean support from the family, from relatives, from caste, from community. That too is not possible for obvious reasons. Third is the bank loans. Even Adanis and Ambanis, they need bank loan to stay rich. But that is the irony, that 90% of bank loans are being dispersed to the privileged classes. The need of the hour is that we pressurize government to disperse at least 50% of the total amount of loan dispersed to these 80-90% of backward classes. Let us make our backward classes entrepreneur and wealthy, and social revolution will happen as a natural outcome of that. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Ratan Lal, Professor, Delhi University, to deliver his address.
P. Wilson, Justice Ishwaraiya Sahab, Justice Virendra Singh Yadav Sahab, and other dignitaries for organizing such an important and great program and taking head-on against the draconian BJP RSS regime, whose commitment is more to the Manusmriti than to the constitutional separate electorate for the depressed classes. But this tussle between untouchables and OBC never affected Ambedkar's ideas of Bahujan Hitaya, Bahujan Sukhaya. He always stood for the rights of OBC communities, and when he got the opportunity to frame the Constitution of India, first he made the provision for OBC reservation in Article 340. And we should also remember when Ambedkar resigned from the Nehru cabinet, and out of 4 reasons, one reason was non-implementation of OBC reservation or commission. At this juncture, we should remember that Ambedkar met Periyar twice, and Ambedkar favored the revival of non-Brahmin parties of Bombay and Madras provinces. We must now congratulate the Honorable Chief Minister Tamil Nadu for combining the struggle of both Ambedkar and Periyar. I request Honorable CM Thiru M.K. Stalin and other OBC leaders to come forward and appeal their followers to stand up as the vanguard fighters against the atrocities on scheduled caste and scheduled tribes minorities by the caste Hindus, upper caste Hindus, and don't align with them in any way. We should recognize the support made by SC/ST OBC minorities, and they have always supported and fought for reservation of OBC, protection of their rights and caste census. So once again, I request all of you, the dignitaries, to stand up as a crusader against the Brahmanical forces and protect the interest and dignity of SC/ST OBCs, minorities, women and all. And the Tamil Nadu model of social justice must be repeated at all India level. Thank you. Jai Bhim, Jai Periyar.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Suraj Mandal, Professor, Delhi University, to deliver his address.
M.K. Stalin Sahab, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru P. Wilson Sahab, who is the Honorable Member of Parliament, and Justice Ishwaraiya, Justice Virendra Singh Yadav, and all the honorable guests and the entire country, citizens of India who are listening to me. This country and its constitution are all being hit. They are being hit hard by the draconian regime of Bharatiya Janata Party. Our constitution is at peril. It is being attacked by a document called Manusmriti, which is the epitome of Brahmanism, which is the guiding document of Bharatiya Janata Party and RSS, by way of which all the interests of SC, ST, OBCs and minorities are being trampled every day. This country is being sold. All the corporates are looting the country, and the entire scenario is very grim. We only have hopes like Thiru M.K. Stalin, who is standing up against all these odds in a very difficult situation, fighting for the social justice, fighting for the rights of OBCs in form of implementing NEET, or also opposing EWS, which is
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Bahadur Singh Lodhi, the Chief Organizer of Pichar Varg Samyukt Sangharsh Morcha, Madhya Pradesh, to deliver his address.
कि भारत देश में संख्या कितनी है, इसलिए प्रति 10 वर्ष बाद भारत देश में जनगणना होती है। दुनिया का 9वां देश है भारत। भारत के 50% से अधिक जनगणकों से मांग करते रहे हैं। भारत की जनगणना में हमारी जनगणना हो। भारत की जनगणना में SC, ST सामान्य वर्ग की जनगणना होती है। मत पंथ के अनुसार हिंदू की गणना होती है, मुसलमान की गणना होती है, ईसाइयों की गणना होती है, परंतु ओबीसी की गणना नहीं होती। स्त्री पुरुषों की गिनती होती है, परंतु ओबीसी की गिनती नहीं होती। यहाँ तक कि हिजड़ों की गिनती होती है, परंतु ओबीसी की गिनती नहीं होती। हम ऐसा मानते हैं, हमारी हैसियत भारत में हिजड़ों से दी गई बीती है। इसलिए आप सभी से और भारत के समस्त न्याय प्रिय लोगों से हम सब निवेदन करते हैं कि जनगणना के लिए भारत सरकार पर दबाव बनाया जाए।
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Dilip Mandal, senior journalist, to deliver his address.
This meeting of Social Justice Forum. This meeting is happening at a very crucial juncture of history of nation, because at this moment of history, we need actually to blend growth and social justice, and without doing that, we will leave behind large swath of population who are not getting benefit of the policies and the nation building process. So as we have seen in some of the states, especially southern states, and I would like to name Tamil Nadu and also to some extent Kerala, they have shown a way of the development model, and I call that model growth with capability approach, or what you call Dravidian model. That model takes into account that the population as a whole should be made capable, their capacity has to be enhanced so that they become part of the development matrix. Otherwise, the middle class will not grow, and with that, the manufacturing sector and also to some extent services sector will not grow. So this model, this Dravidian model, propagated by DMK and being carried forward by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, is a model which other states and union government should also follow. And it's very important that now this model is getting popularity, and it's becoming popular in the north also, because you can see that how all the development indexes of Tamil Nadu is surging forward, moving ahead, and beating many of the states. So that is the model which is there, which other states can follow, or they can make amendments according to their local needs. But capability approach is the way, and this is the era of social justice. This is the century of social justice, what we call the Ambedkar century. And in this century, we need to broaden the scope of middle class, and that new middle class will obviously come from scheduled caste, OBC, scheduled tribe, denotified tribes, and all those minorities and other communities from the rural population. And I think that model is the way forward. And it's great that you are holding this meeting, and with this, you will take different other initiatives also to make this model a national model. And with this, I congratulate you again for holding this meeting, and I hope that resolution will be passed in this meeting, which will become a template for other states and union government to follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. P. Wilson, Member of Parliament and convener of the All India Federation for Social Justice, to deliver the keynote address.
The Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, President of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, and the fourth leader of Dravidian movement, Thalavar M.K. Stalin avargale, our very special guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Ashok Gehlot, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Honorable Mr. Hemant Soren, Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Honorable Mr. Tejasvi Yadav, Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Honorable Mr. Sitaram Yechury, General Secretary, Communist Party of India, Marxist, Honorable Mr. D. Raja, General Secretary, Communist Party of India, Honorable Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, Leader of Opposition, Uttar Pradesh and President, Samajwadi Party, Honorable Mr. Farooq Abdullah, Member of Parliament, President, Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, and all other honorable members of Parliament, members of legislative assemblies, leaders from various political parties across India, Honorable Justice Retired V. Ishwaraya, Convener of Social Revolution Alliance and Chairman of All India Backward Classes Federation, Honorable Mr. Justice Retired Virendra Singh Yadav, Chairman of Social Revolution Alliance, all other dignitaries who have joined us on the digital platform and physically present here, social justice activities, office bearers of organizations, press, media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and vanakkam. The DMK party was founded on the four pillars of self-respect, equality, social justice, and rational thought. These four ideals are essential to establish an egalitarian society with equal rights for all. Right from Thandai Periyar to Peraringer Anna to Muthamal Kalaignar Dr. Kalanya, and now to our party president Thalavar M.K. Stalin, the DMK party has always been the voice of the voiceless, striving to secure for the underprivileged and the downtrodden economic and social justice. The Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, after donning the mantle as the leader of Dravidian movement, he left no stone unturned to ensure social justice and equality. Some of the Dravidian model government's policies and achievements are unprecedented. He is a man of action. He says only what he will do and does more than what he says. Of the many historical injustices meted out to the OBC, SC, and ST communities, the worst is the artificial divide created by caste in place of worship that only persons born in a few so-called forward communities are fit enough to serve God. Thandai E.V.R. Periyar's long-standing dream was to have priests from the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other backward class communities in temples to break this historical oppression, and our leader fulfilled this theme recently by issuing orders to train and appoint archakas from scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and OBC communities as temple priests, reinforcing the idea that all people are created equal and should be treated as such. Why I started with this example is to highlight that achieving social justice is not only through reservation policies. Reservations are an important tool to ensure equality of opportunity in education and employment, but we must not restrict social justice policies only to reservations. Today's program is therefore a platform for exchange of ideas to shape policy making across India in all spheres of governance. The thread of social justice must not be woven as a blanket that protects Tamil Nadu or Rajasthan or Bihar or Uttar Pradesh alone, but must cover the length and breadth of India, especially states that have so far not had a social justice awakening. Today, we find ourselves in a political battle with an ideology of division. We must meet it with unity of purpose between those who cherish the notions of equality and fraternity embedded in our Constitution's very preamble. There are forces at play that are trying to not only stall the upliftment of socially backward communities, but also reverse the progress so made so far. Our leader, Talevar M.K. Stalin, recognizing that the fight for social justice has to be united, all India effort sounded the bugle to establish the All India Federation for Social Justice last year on the 74th Republic Day as a forum to unite like-minded leaders, political parties, activists, and members of civil society from all across the nation to come together to discuss, exchange ideas and thoughts, and engineer policies to promote, protect, and further the cause of the social justice and cooperative federalism. He wrote individual letters to all the leaders of the political parties in India last year, informing about the formation of All India Federation for Social Justice and inviting them to join the federation. Answering the call, many parties have joined hands to come together today, and more are expected to join us in the near future. It is essential to acknowledge that in order to have a true egalitarian state, social justice must be the cornerstone. Though social justice has many connotations and interpretations, our leader, Through M.K. Stalin, beautifully summarized the core philosophy as everything for everyone. This means that the idea behind social justice is that the state's resource must be equally accessible to all members of society. Thus, when education or employment is being monopolized by one section of society, reservation was a tool we used to open the windows of opportunity to the marginalized communities. The battle for reservation was fought in both the political and legal arenas. As you are aware, 2 years ago, DMK, under the guidance of our leader, Honorable Mr. M.K. Stalin, fought for the OBC reservations in medical and dental seats in courts. And through the court, we secured 27% reservations for the OBC. And as a result, every year, about 4,022 seats in medical courses and about 1,000 seats in dental courses will be made available for the OBC students throughout India. Friends, now see how this victory is being undone by the forces I mentioned. Recently, the medical counseling authorities have started counting seats obtained by the OBC candidate through merit towards the OBC quota instead of the general quota. For example, if rank 1 is a OBC candidate, instead of counting him as the first seat in the general category, they are counting him as the first in the OBC category, thereby ensuring that the general category is only for the forward castes. This is the kind of systemic abuse of power that parties should come together to oppose. In this conference, a few key policy areas are to be addressed by the honorable guest. The first is the urgent need to conduct a caste census. Recently, state laws granting OBC reservations in local body elections were struck down by the various high courts and Supreme Court on the ground that there is no empirical data on the caste population. Our leader, Honorable M.K. Stalin, has been time and again speaking about due representation in higher judiciary. In fact, he made this request before two sitting Honorable Chief Justices of India at different points. Our present Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, has been very receptive in this regard. He has heard our pleas for social representation and he has publicly committed by maintaining diversity in the higher judiciary, which is very commendable. However, at the state levels, we must ensure that when high courts consult the respective state governments for appointment of judges, we insist on the due representation of all communities and women. I would also take this opportunity to place before this August gathering the need to include OBC reservations in promotions as well and not just initial appointment, since social ostracization continues even after the appointment to a service. Therefore, there is a need to amend Article 16(4)(a) to grant reservations in promotions post as well when there is underrepresentations of backward classes. Another important aspect is that we reach out to the next generation to continue the battle for social justice. The legacy of great social justice warriors must be passed on to them. In Tamil Nadu, we have our Mr. Udayanithi Stalin, Secretary of the DMK Youth Wing, actively promoting study circles and focus groups to educate today's generation about the struggles of Tandai Periyar and other social justice leaders. The inculcations of social justice values in the next generation is of paramount importance. Before I conclude, I thank Honorable Justice Ishwaraya, Honorable Justice Virendra Singh Yadav, who have brought together the various backward class organizations for this event. I sincerely thank Honorable Mr. Ashok Gehlot, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Honorable Mr. Hemant Soren, Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Honorable Mr. Tejasvi Prasad Yadav, Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Honorable Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, Leader of Opposition, Uttar Pradesh, and other honorable guests who have come here and who are coming on the online, and other special invitees and speakers for their participation and address in today's event. I wholeheartedly thank my beloved Talevar, Honorable M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, for being the guardian of social justice and uniting the country's most important social justice voices under this platform, and for being inspiration and driving force behind this federation. I thank each and every one of the honorable guests for their august presence here, and I'm positive this conference and federation is the first step of the journey to establish a nationwide network of social justice policies, heralding a new age in our democracy. Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Derek O'Brien, Member of Parliament and Parliament Party Leader in the Rajya Sabha of the All India Trinamool Congress, to deliver the special address.
Thank you. Good evening. Being the first speaker, I better set a good example and keep to time. We've been given 5 minutes each, so I'll keep to time. Congratulations to Mr. Stalin for putting this together. And just to save time, I have the permission, I suppose, of all the dignitaries to say good evening to each one of you without mentioning anyone by name. On behalf of the All India Trinamool Congress and its chairperson, Chief Minister of West Bengal, Ms. Mamata Banerjee, I'm happy to share a few thoughts. So let's dive straight in. Let's look at the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. UP reported the highest number of cases, 26% UP. Which party runs UP? We know the answer. Madhya Pradesh reported the highest number of cases at 30%. Which party runs Madhya Pradesh? We know the answer. Women. Crimes against women have increased by 15%. Sadly, there are 86 cases of rape every day. Kolkata, fortunately, where I come from, is the least crime population from the metropolitan cities. And we had 11 rapes, but that's even 11 rapes too many. I want to give you very, very quickly some examples of Bengal to share, which can become a model. My friend Mr. Wilson was telling us about Tamil Nadu, and I think it's a great learning experience where states can learn and share good ideas from each other. The Kanyashri scheme in Bengal touches 81 lakh girls. It's a cash allowance, which has been awarded. It's got a lot of international awards. The Vivekananda Scholarship has benefited 8 lakh students. That's from economically backward sections. The Rupashri is a cash transfer scheme for women before marriage. That's more than 2 lakh women. And there are other schemes like Yuvashri, which has a financial assistance for 2 lakh youth and a scholarship for minority community students called Aikyashri. So there are lots and lots of schemes. We don't have the time to go into those details, but I want to leave you with two thoughts for this conference. The caste-based reservation should extend. I completely agree with what Mr. Wilson said in his opening remarks. And I do believe the caste-based reservation should extend to Dalits and the converts to other religions. And of course, there's been a considerable delay in census. And with so many great minds here today, I want to leave you with a thought of seeing the Ranganath Mishra Commission in 2007. And that commission had recommended that, yeah, I can be heard. So that's 3 minutes. So I've got another 2 minutes. So I've made some points about the opening remarks. But in the next 2 minutes, I really again want to congratulate the DMK and the Mr. Stalin for getting political parties on a common platform. Now that's the need. It's wonderful. The Chief Minister, Mr. Gehlot, is here from a Congress state. We have Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, Mr. Hemant Soren from the JMM, and all the political parties are here. There are still 2 or 3 political parties who don't want to fight the BJP. This is not the time to sit on the fence. I would humbly appeal to Mr. Naveen Patnaik and the Biju Janata Dal. You've got to be here, sir. We together, Mr. Jagan Reddy of the YSR. And I know we keep saying this is not a political platform. Of course, all these are political platforms, and let's not shy away, because now is not the time to be gray. Now is the time to be black or white. We have a task to do, and thank you so much for hearing me out. And I want to encourage all the other speakers after this to stick to their time. Thank you very, very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now request Honorable Mr. Chagan Chandrakant Bhujbal, the member of the Legislative Assembly, Maharashtra, and former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra from the Nationalist Congress Party, to deliver his special address.
At the outset, I thank Honorable Stalin for convening this National Conference for Social Justice. I have 2-3 suggestions. All other things we are discussing since long. From various parties, we people are here. Number one, so far, this national census is not begun. I would say, let us pass the resolution unanimously that in this census, caste census also should be included. And what for? Iske pehle bhi, there are 2 groups were formed to study the OBC problems. One under the Sumitra Mahajan, 16 MPs were there, and another under the leadership of Manmohan Singh. And both these study groups, they said, yes, OBC people, they do require some help from the central government and the state government. As this scheduled caste and scheduled tribe people, they get it. But we don't have the data. So they wrote to the census commissioner that please, you let us know if you have that data with you. If not, collect it. So आने वाले इस जनगणना में ओबीसी की जनगणना होनी चाहिए, ये रिजोल्यूशन हमको पहला करना चाहिए। दूसरा, हम चाहते हैं कि अभी विल्सन साहब ने भी कहा कि the cases are going on in the Supreme Court and he knows that the PESA is there, PESA Act is there. Now, in some blocks, we are getting only 2%, 3% because as per the tribals population, first they should be given the this reservation and the remaining to the other groups, right? Now, for economical backward class, nothing is reduced, but OBC reservation is reduced, somewhere 2%, somewhere 4%. We should say we are not against the PESA Act and tribal people, but our 27% of the OBC reservation should be retained as it is. This is number 2. So these 2 resolutions we should pass. Some leaders from this forum should approach our Prime Minister, go to him, tell him, please do it for us, because we are 54% people in the country. You see, it's very clear that we are not here to discuss the politics. Now the people are playing politics on the name of this, in the name of this OBC people. Recently, Rahul Gandhi और इनका कुछ चला है मोदी जी का, राहुल गांधी जी ने कुछ बोला वो मोदी है, मोदी वो है, बस बोले कि ओबीसी के खिलाफ राहुल गांधी बोले। अभी कहाँ होता है ओबीसी के खिलाफ? ये नीरव मोदी जैन है, ललित मोदी मारवाड़ी है, पूर्णेश मोदी बनिया है। अब मैं गुजरात की जो ओबीसी की लिस्ट लाया हूँ, वहाँ कहीं भी मोदी नाम की जात नहीं है। मोदी इज अ सरनेम, वो तो पारसियों में भी होता है, अलग अलग लोगों में होता है। तो ओबीसी को खाम जो है बीच में लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैं आप सबको चाहूंगा इन सारे बातों के ऊपर ध्यान दे, 2 रिजोल्यूशन पास करे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब को मिले और कहे कि जाति गणना में ओबीसी की जाति गणना हो जाए और हमारा 27% जो है रिजर्वेशन जो कुछ भी हो सब जगह सारे देश में रिटेन होना चाहिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच मिस्टर स्टालिन एंड ऑल द स्टाफ। थैंक यू। नाइस वन।
Thank you, sir. I now request Honorable Mr. E.T. Mohammed Bashir, Member of Parliament, Organizing Secretary of the Indian Union Muslim League, to deliver the special address.
Namaste to everybody. Most respected M.K. Stalin ji, who is giving dynamic leadership for this bold initiative. Similarly, other dignitaries and my dear friends. On behalf of IUML, Indian Union Muslim League, I am quite happy to address this gathering and associate with this moment. At the very beginning, I salute Sri Stalin ji for the hard and dedicated service for the preservation of the social justice and that kind of movement in this country. One thing I would like to say that this movement is not a small thing. Its significance and relevance in Indian politics also is very important. If this is strengthened properly, I'm confident and I would like to say that this movement is going to shape the future destiny of Indian politics. We have to be very careful in that kind of things. Now, I endorse with the views expressed by my learned friends with regard to caste census. I don't want to elaborate. That is the need of our in the parliament, inside the parliament, outside the parliament, and wherever we are the meeting, we have to raise this slogan and have a total dedication to get this thing done. We must use our good office by all means to get this thing done. we have to realize one more thing. BJP in their political laboratory is now working on how to curb or how to remove the existing reservation system itself. First effort was EWS, a bill passed in the act passed in the parliament. From that onwards, they are doing that work only. The latest is Karnataka, that 4% for the OBCs, Muslims. It is removed. These kind of things are going on in BJP ruled states also. So we have to take very joint kind of attack against this kind of injustice happening in this country. One thing is what exactly is social justice? What exactly is the empowering kind of thing? It is a reservation and reservation role. So in that way, we have to do the maximum possible in this. We all know the latest situation. I don't want to narrate. Time is very less. Backward section in the society, Indian society now, they are facing a kind of identity crisis and security crisis. So we have to realize that also. Similarly, I hesitate to say that the minorities in the country, especially the Muslims, they are facing a kind of genocide kind of treatment in this country. There are many things to say, but considering the time frame of this thing, I don't want to say much about this. This government make wonderful slogans such as Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. But one thing is clear: even an iota of honesty is not there in the government in shouting this kind of slogans. And in the parliamentary system, MPs are here. We are all working in the parliament. What exactly is happening? There also, government is making legislation on how to curb the existing privileges of the minorities. We all know many things. I don't want to elaborate much on this. Lawmaking is meant for what now? Lawmaking in the parliament, as well as BJP ruled states, that their plan is what? How to make a law to hurt the depressed section of the society. For that only they are making laws. I don't want to cite all the examples. So BJP ruled states are one after another, they are making this kind of effort. We know CAA kind of thing, NRC kind of things. I don't want to say much about that. And atrocities. Atrocities are now increasing like anything. Is playing havoc. That kind of thing is, actually, those who are criticizing this kind of thing, they are even targeted. Their cases are taken against them. This kind of thing is going on. There are also a kind of strong protest to come. Otherwise, this may flare up to any extent. That also is there. Department of Social Justice. I'm a member of that consultative committee of the parliament. My learned friends also may be there. What exactly is happening there? That department is the most worst department as far as government of India is concerned now in the parliament. In that consultative committee, I have asked a question in the parliament on the expenditure on the social justice, this thing. What is happening? They are purposely trying to curb the very existence of that department. Budget allotment, it is not utilized. Sometimes it is underutilized. Even certain, I will tell you, certain scholarship given to the minorities, that is now completely stopped. There is no reason. There is no justification in their activities. This kind of things are going on. And using draconian law to silence the opponents. Of course, we are having strong kind of approach. Unfortunately, now that also is under threat. You cannot speak, you cannot write, you cannot ask the questions, you cannot raise your voice. Media persons, they are behind the bar. What sin they have committed? They are out against government policies. Who are writing against government policies, they are taken under custody and they are in the jail even without giving a charge sheet. These kind of things are going on. How to make an end to this? Yeah, end can be made only through the joint effort of all the like-minded parties who are committed for social justice. I am confident that this will become a reality, especially in the light of Tamil Nadu experience. We may be able to make our ideas into action. With this meeting should be to have renew that determination. With these few words, I once again express my thanks and congratulations for Mr. Sarin and his team for taking initiative for such a moment. With this few words, I can go. Thank you very much.
Sir, I now invite Honorable Thiru Manoj Kumar Jha, Member of Parliament, Rashtriya Janata Dal Bihar, to deliver his special address.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, DMK, Comrade Stalin, everyone for this first National Convention, All India Forum for Social Justice. You have a great legacy, DMK, as a political party. I don't consider DMK as merely a political party, it's a social revolution. And parties born out of social revolution, they have a commitment which other parties can't match. In lighter vein, many of our friends say that Rashtriya Janata Dal is the DMK of North. So we feel privileged when such assertions are made. I can only, on behalf of my political party, I can only say we stand in solidarity. We shall work together, even within parliament and outside, in state assemblies. Now, I have never seen that a population so huge, and world over, you won't get a sense that such huge population is getting the kind of treatment it is getting. We must also remember that the fight for social justice today is much more difficult than it ever was, because we are operating in a polarized society. And in a polarized politics, the greatest victim is values and principles of social justice. Lest all of us forget about it, I think we must put our act together. From this room onwards, we work together on the streets, in the parliament, in state assemblies, as Bihar is conducting its own caste survey. Now, people are asking, your caste survey will result in casteism. I mean, come on, have some sense. Casteism has existed for thousands of years. And here we have somebody in front of me. He repeated only those issues what Dr. Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar had said. What happened to him and his ideas and his politics? That should be an eye-opener to all of us, that from this room onwards, let's work together. Not only for caste census, we should give a call. No census if no caste census. Let's boycott the census. Because why do we need numbers? Numbers have a chemistry, numbers have a psychology, numbers have attraction. We need all these three. Thank you very much. On behalf of my party, I stand in solidarity. We work together inside the parliament. Balu sir knows it. We shall work outside the parliament and make sure that this government, which I believe that it has actually a doctoral degree in deflection. You ask them, I mean, that entire controversy around Modi's surname. Come on, boss. If you are so concerned about it, why the vacancies? If you are so concerned about it, did you look at the faces of your member of cabinet? If you are so concerned, do you look at the real idea of representation? Not. So we understand your politics. Now we shall make sure you understand our politics. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Rajkumar Saini, former Member of Parliament, Loktantra Suraksha Party, Haryana, to deliver his special address.
नमस्कार. सबसे पहले मैं आज बधाई देना चाहता हूं एमके स्टालिन जी और पिछड़ा वर्ग आयोग के चेयरमैन रहे ईश्वरैया जी को कि उन्होंने अशोक गहलोत जी, चीफ मिनिस्टर राजस्थान, चीफ मिनिस्टर हेमंत सोरेन जी और तेजस्वी यादव डिप्टी सीएम बिहार और लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन अखिलेश जी और फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी और बहुत सारे लोगों को इनवाइट करके जो आज का प्रोग्राम रखा है, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा स्टालिन जी को और ईश्वरैया जी को। मित्रों, जब तक बराबरी गैर बराबरी रहेगी तब तक कोई इंसाफ नहीं होगा। इस देश के अंदर हमारे 3 हीरो थे, पेरियार ई रामास्वामी, बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर और महात्मा ज्योतिबा राव फूले, जिन्होंने इस देश के अंदर अंधविश्वास और गुलामी की जो मानसिकता देश के अंदर हुई है, इसके मानसिकता गुलाम होने की वजह से ये देश मनुस्मृति की वजह से कंगाल हुआ, गरीब रहा। हमारे से बाद जापान, रूस, चीन जैसे देश आजाद होकर के आज 100% जो बुद्धिस्ट कंट्री हैं, जहां कोई देवी देवताओं का, अंधविश्वास का कहीं कोई स्थान नहीं है। कम से कम वो देश जो दुनिया को टेक्नोलॉजी के रास्ते आज हमें मार्गदर्शक बने हुए हैं। जापान 100% बुद्धिस्ट कंट्री है और जिसने दुनिया को रास्ता दिखाया, जो 1945 में नेस्तनाबूद हो गया। लेकिन इस देश में 33 करोड़ या 33 कोटि देवी देवता, जो बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर, महात्मा ज्योतिबा फूले और पेरियार ई रामास्वामी ने इन शास्त्रों के बारे में, इन धार्मिक शास्त्रों के बारे में जो वर्णन किया है, उस पर हमारे देश के सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी मुहर लगाई है कि ये सब रामायण, महाभारत और वैदिक शास्त्र ये कपोल कल्पित कहानियां घड़ी गई हैं। इस देश से बौद्ध धर्म और जैन धर्म को समाप्त करने के लिए जो लिखा गया है, वो कम से कम इस देश के विनाश के लिए बहुत बड़ा एक फसाद खड़ा आज भी करता है। ढोल ग्वार शूद्र पशुनारी सकल ताड़ना के अधिक विश्वास फैलाया जा रहा है। बहुत सारे जेल में जा चुके हैं। जिस दिन से मोबाइल अस्तित्व में आया है, हम और आप बैठ करके इसके ऊपर आज चर्चा कर रहे हैं। कम से कम इसमें अब बहुत ज्यादा देर नहीं लगेगी। बहुत देर हो चुकी है। इस देश की गरीबी का जो मूल कारण है वो है हमारा ऊंच नीच पैदा करने वाला जो धर्म जिसको हम हिंदू धर्म कह रहे हैं। जबकि आप जानते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी बहुत सारे के कोई शब्द इन शास्त्रों में हिंदू नाम का नहीं है। ये तो महात्मा गांधी ने कि कहीं ब्राह्मणवादी व्यवस्था ये माइनॉरिटी में ना आ जाए तो बाकी के लोगों को, सब दलित पिछड़ा जिसको हम मूल निवासी कहते हैं, इनको जोड़ करके ये जो 80% लोगों को इसमें इन्वॉल्व किया है। जब हमें अधिकार देने हैं तब तो हम दलित और पिछड़े हैं, लेकिन जब हमें वोट लेने हैं हमारे से तब हम हिंदू हैं। यही एक देश की बदकिस्मती है कि जिसको वामन मेश्राम जी ने बहुत सही शब्दों में कहा कि जब तक सामाजिक परिवर्तन नहीं होगा तब तक इस देश को बिना सत्ता के हम इंसाफ नहीं दिला सकते। अगर इंसाफ दिलाना होगा तो सबसे पहले मानसिक गुलामी और जातीय व्यवस्था जो है इसको खंडित करके हमें बराबरी करनी होगी, जैसे बाकी के देशों में है, जहां पर जाति व्यवस्था इतनी प्रगाढ़ हो चुकी है कि हम अपनी जाति पे नाज करके ये दलित और पिछड़ा जो आज अंधविश्वास में इनको फूल बरसाए जाते हैं कि आप बस भोले बने रहिए, भांग और सुल्फा पी करके और ढोल नगाड़े बजाते रहिए। यही व्यवस्था इस देश का नाश कर रही है। जबकि हमारे देश के अंदर अगर हम चाहते हैं कि ये देश आगे बढ़ जाए तो इस स्वर्ग नरक के डर से बाहर निकलना हो, अन्यथा स्वर्ग और नरक के नाम पर इस देश को लूटा गया है। इस देश को कर्म के भरोसे नहीं, भाग्य के भरोसे स्टार्ट किया गया है। क्या होता है स्वर्ग? किसी के घर में दाना पानी अच्छा है, समाज में इज्जत है, घर में कलेश नहीं, मुकदमा बीमारी नहीं, तो वो घर स्वर्ग है। उसकी बनिस्बत जहां भाई भाई दो ही जमीन के लिए खूनी दुश्मन हो रहा, वहां जो है आप सब जानते हैं कि या किसी को पैरालाइज हो गया एक्सीडेंट में, कहीं उसके कोमा में चला गया, इन बिटवीन जो है ना वो जो व्यक्ति पड़ा हुआ जिसको कीड़े पड़ गए वो यही नरक और स्वर्ग भोगता है। आसमानों में कहीं स्वर्ग या नरक नहीं है। इसी डर की वजह से कि पुनर्जन्म में आप जो भी कमाओ, इस दलित और पिछड़े मूल निवासियों को बस यही समझाया गया कि जो कमाओ हमें दान पुण्य कर दो और फिर हम जो है ना स्वर्ग में आपको भेज देंगे। स्वर्ग से आकर के किसी ने आज तक बताया नहीं कि मैं स्वर्ग पहुंच गया और जाके किसी ने देखा नहीं। इसी व्यवस्था के कारण ये पूरा देश लूट रहा है। मित्रों, मैं तो इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि अगर आप चाहते हैं राजनीति में तभी जा पाएंगे जब हम अंधविश्वास से बाहर निकलेंगे। हमारा दलित और पिछड़ा सिर्फ मानसिक गुलामी की वजह से आज हालात से बेबस उन बाबाओं के चक्कर में, उन पंडित पुजारियों के चक्कर में फंसा हुआ है जो कर्म के भरोसे नहीं भाग्य के भरोसे उनको डाल रहे हैं और डर दिखा दिखा करके लूट रहे हैं। मित्रों, आज ये व्यवस्था जो आज स्टालिन साहब के प्रयासों से, ऐश्वर्या जी के प्रयासों से जो ये आज का प्रोग्राम रखा गया है, मैं उनको पुनः धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और इतने सारे लोगों को आपने जोड़ा उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Mahadev Jankar, Member of Legislative Council, Maharashtra, to deliver his special address.
First of all, I am thankful to the convener of the All India Federation for Social, Honorable Mr. M.K. Stalin, and Honorable Justice E.V. Ishwaraya, and Honorable Mr. P. Wilson. Sir, I am, as per me for social justice in Indian democracy, the caste-based census is mandatory. As per history about the caste-based census, we all know that conducted in 1931. In 1931, the government of the India paid attention to the collection of the information of the conductive to better knowledge of the backward and depressed classes and of the problems involved in their present and the future welfare. Why do we want to hide the fact? If we would not get to that, how many of us are there? What is the benefit of the society? There was a need to determine the exact composition of our population and extend the reservation benefit according. If we do not know who is the standing in the last queue of the development, how come to plan same scheme for the only caste-based census?
म्यूट हो गया जानकर साहब तो म्यूट हो गए।
Hello. There is nothing but India UPA behaving in the same manner. That's why I am requested to you in wealth distribution. According to a report of the Axom on the wealth distribution in India released in that year 2022, the top 10 of the Indian population own 74.3% of the total wealth, while the middle 40 and the bottom 50 owns 22.9 and mere 2.8 respectively. This data give us a clear picture of the increasing class-based inequality in India society. But considering the fact the Indian society is also satisfied on the basis of the caste, we need to look into their caste system. Based composition of the top 10, middle 40 and bottom of the 50 of the Indian population in order to arrive at the fair conclusion about that the data actually represents the various caste groups in India, which caste groups were benefited from the development story of the India and which groups have been left out. This in terms of the wealth distribution, we can clearly see that upper caste groups are very overrepresented in the top of the segment of the Indian population as compared to their population share, while OBC, ST, SC and minority communities are represented in the middle and bottom of the wealth of the distribution. Thus, the structure of the wealth distribution of India is mirrors the hierarchy of the caste system. That is the benefit of the policy making. The purpose of the caste census is not merely there to the reservation issue. A caste census would actually bring to the fore for the large number of the issues and that the democratic country need to attain the particularly the number of people who are the margins who are deprived or the kind of the occupation, the purpose. That's why in caste, I am requested to all the OBC leaders, SC, ST and minority leaders who of open challenge. Politics is the master key which would open all the doors. इसके ऊपर हमें ज्यादा प्यार करना चाहिए। मैं स्टालिन, M.K. स्टालिन साहब और ईश्वरैया और जस्टिस यादव और P. Wilson को आपको अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूँ राष्ट्रीय समाज पार्टी की ओर से। जब तक रीजनल पार्टी के नेता देश के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनेंगे और तब तक हमारा हित नहीं होगा। कांग्रेस और बीजेपी से हमारे समाज के भी पीएम बनेंगे तो काम नहीं होने वाला है। इसलिए आपने सोचना चाहिए, स्टालिन रहे, यह भी अखिलेश यादव रहे, तेजस्वी रहे, ये लोग जब तक प्राइम मिनिस्टर नहीं बनेंगे ईश्वरा साहब, तब तक हमारा हित नहीं होने वाला। ब्यूरोक्रेसी में भी हम भी कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर थे, कुछ नहीं होता था, आपको कोई सुनने वाले नहीं। मैं तो, मेरी छोटी पार्टी है, लेकिन छोटी छोटी पार्टी के जैसा तमिलनाडु में हमारे ओबीसी का हित होता है, वैसा हर जगह ओबीसी का हित होना है। तो हमारा प्राइम मिनिस्टर, हमारा चीफ सेक्रेटरी, हमारा सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जज जब तक हमारा नहीं होगा तब तक हमारा हित नहीं होगा। इसी के साथ आपने मुझे मौका दिया। थैंक्स ऑफ ऑल द पीपल्स ऑफ दैट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Thiru Dr. K. Kesava Rao, Member of Parliament and Parliamentary Party Leader, Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti, to deliver the special address.
Anna, unmute, please kindly unmute Honorable Member of Parliament Kesava Rao ji. Unmute, please kindly.
Am I now audible?
And now we are audible.
I must thank Mr. Chandraya first for all this, because he is one of those, when he left the bench, we all thought when he wanted to join us in the movement, when we were all activists there, as students or the politicians or the legislators, we thought he would only cover the course, but he is now leading us in the movement. Anyhow, sir, this seminar, which is inspired by Mr. Stalin, as most of the speakers have said, is not enough. Seminars are not seminars. Webcasts are no webcasts. The condition of the VCs, the socially backward people, is same as it has ever been, and it will remain same. We need to ask that question as to why it is so. It is not the first time we are talking about the OBCs and talking about the poor in this manner. In a country like ours, in a nation, a multinational nation, which you call polarized society, it is not polarized society. It is some kind of, if people pardon me, it is a Brahminical order, because Varna order, of which you have reduced the entire society into, is one thing which has been divided into purity and also the pollution. And in the pollution, we have come into. Now we need to fight that pollution. We have been talking about this forever. Mr. Mole, who is here, whose presence I recognize, has written in his reform report all about it in the 4th volume. Now, why I'm saying this is, we need to find out, we have reservations, affirmative action, we have education, whether it is progressive one or revivalist one, is for you to decide. Because if I say I'm a critic of the education system, so it is the education policy. So apart from that, we have the so-called schemes which my friend Derek has rolled out. All these are, in spite of all that, why is the condition is so bad as it has ever been? This has to be found out. And I represent a constituency, let us say all of us represent a constituency where the majority, according to you, is OBCs. Is of the OBCs, SCs, STs, minorities, and others. Why is that you are not getting elected? Why is that only the Reddy Sahab or the Brahmin Sahab or the Kamba Sahab or the Velma Sahab is getting elected? So this has to be found. That is why when we talk about education, I said, don't say use education for awareness sake. Use education for motivation sake. Let the boys be motivated into social realities and social justice. Now, social justice here is means distributive justice. Social justice here is a long chapter. So I would not include, because we are born in a very peculiar society where I can't just talk what exactly is social injustice. Everything is justice to us. Whoever is the poor is injustice. And unfortunately, all the poor are backward classes, mostly. Now, I think when we are talking about democratic society, in a democratic society, it is totally nothing but majorityism, is it not? Majority should make the rule. But we are majority, but we are nowhere. to reckon with. So these are few questions which are coming.
Can I come in?
Pardon? Farooq sir, कुछ बोलना था.
I thought after you I could come in and address.
So I will end this. I have nothing more to say, but say all that you are saying is correct, but at the same time, let the public worker take up the task of changing bringing the social change. This legalities and other things, we have everything in the constitution and legal amendments in the constitution have also come in. They're all there. We need to take it up as a challenge, as a social challenge, as a social revolution, because political revolution is only an offshoot of social revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Farooq Abdullah, Member of Parliament and President of the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, to address the gathering. Sir, we request you to kindly unmute the
Sir, Honorable Mr. Farooq Abdullah साहब, kindly unmute. कृपया आप अनम्यूट करिए. अनम्यूट करिए भाई साहब, आपका माइक म्यूट में है. म्यूट में है भाई साहब. नो काइंडली अनम्यूट. उसका तो स्पीकर के ऊपर दबाए तो फिर अनम्यूट हो जाएगा. दो आइकन्स रहेंगे इधर, एक वीडियो का एक म्यूट का स्पीकर, उसमें दबाए तो अनम्यूट हो जाएगा. नहीं हुआ अभी. नीचे रहता भाई साहब. म्यूट में है भाई साहब.
Farooq Saab, please touch the screen. You will find an icon of mute at the left. You can touch that and then you can talk.
Since we have some technical issues, I request the Honorable Thiru Sanjay Singh, Member of Parliament, Aam Aadmi Party, to deliver the special address.
सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय एमके स्टालिन साहब को, पी विल्सन साहब को, कि उन्होंने एक अच्छी चर्चा की शुरुआत की है सोशल जस्टिस के मुद्दे को लेकर। आज जिस विषय पे हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं, इसकी वर्षों से लड़ाई चली आ रही। एक व्यक्ति किसके घर में पैदा होगा ये उसके हाथ में नहीं होता। एक व्यक्ति किस जाति में पैदा होगा ये उसके हाथ में नहीं होता। जब वो बड़ा हो जाता है, समझदार हो जाता है, तो उसको बताया जाता है कि आप अछूत हो। जन्म के आधार पर भेदभाव की व्यवस्था का हम लोग विरोध करते हैं और सामाजिक न्याय का मूल सिद्धांत यही होना चाहिए। भारत का संविधान, बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर ने जो संविधान इस देश को दिया, उस संविधान की मूल आत्मा क्या है, उसकी प्रस्तावना क्या है? प्रस्तावना सामाजिक बराबरी की बात करती है, प्रस्तावना आर्थिक बराबरी की बात करती है, लेकिन आजादी के 75 साल के बाद भी अगर बुलंदशहर में सीआरपीएफ के जवान को थाने में एप्लीकेशन देनी पड़ती है कि मैं दलित समाज से हूं, मुझे पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन दीजिए, तब मैं घोड़ी पर बैठ के जाऊंगा, इसका मतलब आज भी छुआछूत और भेदभाव की व्यवस्था है। अगर आजादी के 75 साल के बाद भी कर्नाटका के अंदर एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को गांव में इसलिए घुसने नहीं दिया जाता उद्घाटन करने के लिए क्योंकि वो दलित कम्युनिटी से है, अगर आजादी के 75 साल के बाद भी हाथरस जैसा कांड होता है, अगर आजादी के 75 साल के बाद भी मध्य प्रदेश में एक दलित को शमशान में अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करने दिया जाता, इसका मतलब आज भी सामाजिक न्याय का मुद्दा जीवंत है। बराबरी चाहिए और गैर बराबरी के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई जारी रहेगी। आज लेटरल एससी कम्युनिटी लेटरल एंट्री के जरिए भारत की सरकार बड़े बड़े पदों पर अपने चहेते लोगों को भर्ती करते जा रही है। यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर देश के सारे विश्वविद्यालयों में तमाम जगहों पर आरक्षण की व्यवस्था को खत्म किया जा रहा है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो माताजी हैं, उनकी मां जो है आरएसएस, उसके प्रमुख मोहन भागवत जी बिहार के चुनाव में कहते हैं रिजर्वेशन पर रिव्यू होना चाहिए, रिजर्वेशन खत्म होना चाहिए। मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, जब तक इस देश के अंदर गैर बराबरी की व्यवस्था है, आरक्षण के जरिए लोगों को न्याय की व्यवस्था चलनी चाहिए, तभी वो समाज में आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। डॉक्टर लोहिया ने कहा था, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया ने कहा था, एक व्यक्ति 0 पॉइंट पे खड़ा है, एक व्यक्ति 20 किलोमीटर आगे खड़ा है, दोनों में प्रतियोगिता नहीं कराई जा सकती। अगर आपको बराबरी की लड़ाई करानी है तो जो 0 पर खड़ा है उसको आगे लेकर आइए और तब प्रतियोगिता कराइए। और इसके लिए रिजर्वेशन का जो सिद्धांत है वो विशेष अवसर का सिद्धांत है जो समाज के पिछड़े हुए, शोषित, वंचित लोगों को मिलना ही चाहिए। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जिस तरह से कास्ट सेंसस, जाति जनगणना से भाग रही है सरकार, ये क्यों भाग रहे हैं? क्योंकि इनकी जो मातृ संस्था है आरएसएस, वो चाहती है कि वर्ण व्यवस्था रहे समाज के अंदर, जाति के आधार पर भेदभाव रहे समाज के अंदर। वो चाहती है कि ये जो भेदभाव की व्यवस्था वर्षों से चली आ रही है, ये जीवित और जिंदा रहे। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के तौर पे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की ओर से ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हम इस जाति जनगणना के पक्ष में हैं और जातिगत जनगणना देश की सरकार को कराना चाहिए। पता तभी चलेगा किस जाति के कितने लोग हैं और तभी आप उनके साथ न्याय कर सकते हैं। अन्यथा खाली सबका साथ सबका विकास का नारा देके और कुछ लोगों को आप खरबोपति बनाते जाए तो ये व्यवस्था चलने वाली नहीं है। आज देश की सारी संपत्ति आकाश में पूछो जहाज अडानी का, जमीन पे आ जाओ एयरपोर्ट अडानी का, समुद्र में चले जाओ सीपोर्ट अडानी का, पाताल में चले जाओ कोयला अडानी का, गैस अडानी का, आयरन ओर अडानी का, स्टील अडानी का, सीमेंट अडानी का। आज सारी की सारी संपत्ति आकाश से लेकर पाताल तक प्रधानमंत्री ने अडानी को दे दिया। 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा दिया, 86,000 करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा माफ किया। आप कहते हो सबका साथ सबका विकास? नहीं, सबका साथ सबका विकास नहीं है। विकास सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मित्रों का है, मित्रों का। और इस व्यवस्था को हमें बदलकर ऐसी व्यवस्था लानी पड़ेगी जिसमें आर्थिक भागीदारी भी हो, सामाजिक भागीदारी भी हो और नौकरियों में भी बराबर की भागीदारी हो, तभी ये देश आगे जब बढ़ पाएगा। मैं फिर से एक बार आप सबको बधाई देते हुए ये कास्ट सेंसस का जो मुद्दा है उसका समर्थन करते हुए आम आदमी पार्टी की ओर से, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की ओर से आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस लड़ाई को जब जब आप आगे बढ़ाएंगे, जहां कहीं भी हम लोगों को बुलाएंगे, सदन से लेके सड़क तक आपके साथ खड़े रहेंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I think it's unmuted.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Farooq Abdullah, Member of Parliament and President of the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, to deliver the special address.
Thank you, Mr. Stalin, for this meeting, and to all the other leaders that have joined in this movement for India to grow for all. Those who have been deprived for years need to be brought out of that poverty and have to be given better life. That is what India should be for everyone. And for that, we must unite. And unless we unite and we form a central government, many of these things will not be possible. Anyway, we will try in our states to see where the states are being ruled by people other than the party that is in Delhi. Maybe they will be able to implement some of these things that Mr. Stalin has been able to do in Tamil Nadu. He has done a wonderful work. He has continued the legacy of Periyar and his father. And I'm sure this movement will continue in the rest of the nation. No doubt, many speakers before me have put before you the condition that OBCs face, the Adivasis face, the downtrodden face. But let us not forget that even in Brahmins, there are people who are still downtrodden. I have seen that myself. So if we want to build a future of India, a India which will really shine, now let's think of all, irrespective of what their religion is, what their caste is, what their creed is, to where they belong, what their language is. Unless we do that, this will remain a dream for this nation. I hope this movement will continue and we will strengthen it. I can assure Mr. Stalin that we are behind him and we will be united to see that this nation shines for everyone and is prosperous for everyone. That is what dream of those who fought for India's independence, gave their lives to see Nehru put the flag on 15th of August on the Lal Killa. Never forget those who died for it. Never knew one day will come when India will be free. But India needs to be free still. It is still not free. People are still poor. People are still without education, without health, the primary things that nation needs. And therefore, I hope to God and I pray on this holy month of Ramadan that may He help us all to get out of this tragedy that we are facing today in our nation. My best wishes to all the leaders that are going to come and speak after me. And I hope that we see a shining India before I sleep. I hope that day comes and we can all together look at India as a nation that can be a beacon of light for the rest of the world. God bless you all, and God bless Tamil Nadu and its Chief Minister and its people for the movement forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Sitaram Yechuri, former Member of Parliament and General Secretary of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, to deliver his special address.
Everybody present here. At the outset, I must profusely thank Thiru Stalin for inviting me and all the others for this important consultation on how to carry forward the struggle to ensure social justice in our country. Thiru Stalin has been admirably carrying forward the struggles launched initially by the Periyar, whose legacy was continued by Thiru Annadurai, subsequently by Kalaignar Thiru Karunanidhi, and now Thiru Stalin is taking forward this whole struggle to ensure that social justice can be achieved on the four foundational pillars of equality, social justice, rationalism, and self-respect. Now, these are very important elements in the struggle for social justice. Unfortunately, social justice has often been understood merely as being limited to reservations. Reservations are important, are extremely important, because they open the windows of opportunity which otherwise remained closed in the caste-driven society of ours, based on caste oppression. These windows were never allowed to be open. reservations open these windows. So they are a necessary conditions for achieving social justice, but they are not sufficient. To make that sufficient, reservations must be accompanied by economic empowerment. And it is this economic empowerment, along with these reservations, that can give a modicum of self-respect to people who have been oppressed traditionally for centuries. The social oppression has to end. If that has to end, we all will have to act together. And this is required in a much more urgent and important manner as to be addressed in today's conditions. Because no economic empowerment would be possible without economic development. And economic development cannot be confined only to the few at the top, while the rest of the population gets immiserized. During the last 2 years, the wealth that was generated in India, 40.5% of that wealth was cornered by 1% of our population. The bottom 50% of our population had just access to 3% of that wealth. Now, this is a state of affairs in which economic empowerment to ensure social justice is achieved, it would not be possible. So this corporate communal nexus that has emerged today, that has to be fought, and the bigotry that is associated with it, based on very clear-cut communal polarization, that today is actually creating different categories of citizens in India. Reservations were also granted after the Sachar Committee report for Muslims who could be categorized as OBCs. Now, in the state of Karnataka, the BJP government has annulled the classification of Muslims as OBCs, while it remains for Jains and Sikhs and other minority religions, but for Muslims it has been annulled. So this sort of a atmosphere of bigotry, where hatred and poisonous treatment of a particular minority, whether it's Muslims or Christians, if this sort of a situation is not controlled and this hatred is not eliminated, social justice will be a very, very distant goal. And we seem to be moving further away unless we combat this communal corporate nexus that has come to rule the country today. And in that connection, it is important that all of us who are assembled here must come together to ensure that the foundational pillars of India's constitution, these foundational pillars, that is secular democracy, economic sovereignty, social justice and federalism, are protected, safeguarded and strengthened in the days to come. Therefore, this is a very important initiative undertaken by Thiru Stalin and the DMK. And to implement this at the national level, given the plurality in our country, the diversities in our country, it is necessary that in every region and state the peculiar conditions must be properly studied, so that for this common objective of advancing the cause of social justice, we can all unite properly. And that is why today, self-respect is one of the major issues involved. Just a couple of days ago, we observed the Vaikam Satyagraha, the historic Vaikam Satyagraha entering its 100th year. A Satyagraha that was led, saw the participation of Mahatma Gandhi, which saw the Periyar going to Kerala, going to Vaikam, which saw Sri Narayan Guru participating in that Satyagraha. And after more than 600 days of the Satyagraha, finally, the first step of winning the battle for social justice was undertaken in the country. So therefore, today we must carry forward that struggle. We have moved forward, but we have to move much more ahead. And to carry forward that struggle, I think all of us will have to come together to ensure the Indian Constitution and democracy are preserved, and on that basis, the struggle for social justice advances. I'm sure everybody here will make their contributions in order to carry this struggle forward. And I wish Thiru Stalin and the DMK to take this initiative even further and to strengthen this movement for social justice by combating the communal corporate nexus and ending bigotry in our country so that we all can live as human beings first and then with our different labels of our religion, of our caste, whatever the other labels are, identities are. But we are first above all human beings. And that is why I think this is an important struggle, and I wish success to carry forward this struggle for all of us who are part of this struggle for social justice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. D. Raja, former Member of Parliament and General Secretary of the Communist Party of India, to deliver his special address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, my very beloved brother, Mr. Stalin, leaders of various political parties and social movements, friends, comrades, our party, the Communist Party of India, I congratulate Mr. Stalin for taking this initiative to unite all forces on the question of social justice. Tamil Nadu is a land of Thiruvalluvar. It is land of Ayodhyadas Pandit. It is land of Periyar. It is land of communist leader Singaravelu. It is land of our great Anna Kalaignar. And they all fought for social justice. They all fought for self-respect of our people in Tamil Nadu. And now Mr. Stalin has been carrying forward that legacy. I wish him all success. It so happened Periyar and Ambedkar had a great relationship. When Ambedkar went to London to participate in the Roundtable Conference, Ambedkar was undermined by several forces. At that point of time, it was Periyar who came out openly supporting Ambedkar, and he wrote series of articles in Kudiyarasu. That is the relationship, that is the commitment Periyar had with Ambedkar. Now we are discussing the question of social justice. At this point of time, our country is in an all-pervasive crisis, social, economic, and political. And the constitution is under attack. Dr. Ambedkar was the prime architect of our constitution. Our constitution makes it clear Indian state should be a secular state. Indian state should be a welfare state. Indian state should be a federal state. But what is happening today? The forces of communal fascism, the forces of right reaction are taking all efforts, steps to impose a monolithic, illiberal, medieval, socio-political order on our people, which is to perpetuate the caste system, the inequality. Again, our constitution makes it clear. Justice, social, political, and economic. The constitution makes it clear. Liberty, equality, and fraternity. They constitute a trinity, and you cannot separate one from other. But this constitution is being attacked, and there are efforts to throw out this constitution. In such a situation, what is social justice? What is social justice? And here we all should try to understand the fundamental challenges that we face today. The fundamental challenges in our battle for social justice are caste, class, and patriarchy. Dr. Ambedkar made it clear. Caste is a monster. Wherever you go, that monster crosses your way. Unless you kill that monster, you cannot think of any political reform or economic reform. That is the situation in our country. That is the situation in our country. In such a situation, how we can work together? How we can work together to end the caste system, to work for annihilation of caste, and to end class exploitation, and to ensure gender equality. Then only we can strive for a classless, a casteless India, a society which I call a socialist society. But what is happening today in our country? The caste has become a big challenge. Here, reservation, everyone agrees, reservation is not a poverty alleviation program. Reservation is not a poverty alleviation program. Reservation has been fought and introduced in order to uplift the socially, economically, educationally deprived sections of our people. They are Dalits, Adivasis, and OBCs. Now, reservation ensures access to education, employment in public sector. Where is the public sector? All public undertakings are being privatized and sold out to big corporate houses, big business houses. Where is the scope for reservation? This time has come. We will have to fight for reservation in private sector. Why not? Why government is not thinking on that issue? Reservation in private sector? Because on one side, public sector is being dismantled and no reservation in private sector. How to overcome this problem? How to overcome this problem? Here, cost matters, but how to do it? I do not want to go to the history, what happened in 1931, the first census. But now, what is happening? In 1997, when the United Front government was there, when Comrade Indrajit Gupta, our communist leader, was Home Minister, a notification was issued by Welfare Ministry. That is to say, caste to be included as a category. After that, Mr. Vajpayee came to power. That notification has been cancelled. Now again, we are raising this issue. There should be caste census. Yes, there should be caste census as part of data. Earlier, socio-economic survey was done, but even that report was not made public. When we say caste census must be made, our party has supported. In Bihar, the state government has initiated. Our party is with the state government supporting this demand. And at national level, what we should do? Yes, we should opt for collection of caste data. At the same time, I must draw your attention. In India, we must strive for the unity of OBCs and SC/STs. And the conflict, if it arises between OBCs and SC/STs, That is not good for the progressive movement in the country. So we must strive for uniting OBCs and the SC/ST people, and we must fight unitedly for all demands for the socially deprived people for ages. Here, we must strive for a new India free from caste, exploitations, enslavements, and that is the issue which comes before us. Here, we can go on discussing, but how to reach out to the people, how to unite the political forces, how to unite the social movements which stand for social justice, It is a long-drawn battle. But we will have to wage this battle, and we will have to fight and win this battle, because there are the right-wing forces, communal fascist forces. They think they can take the whole country for granted, political parties for granted. Now, we need to save the nation. We need to save the constitution. We need to save the interests, the rights of socially deprived sections of our society, the OBCs, SC, ST. How to do it? That is the challenge before us. Here, I understand Mr. Stalin has taken a very great initiative on a critical issue like social justice. He has taken the initiative to mobilize all forces, political, social, at national level. And we will have to carry forward this legacy. Our party, the Communist Party of India, shares the concerns of Mr. Stalin and DMK, and we commit ourselves to work together for a better society, for a better nation. So friends, comrades, this is before us. Our future generation should think. We keep on remembering Ambedkar, Periyar, Phule, Guru Nanak, everybody. But the future generation should remember us that we fought for a better society, a better nation. And this initiative will go as an historic initiative taken by Mr. Stalin, and we all need to support this initiative. Our party gives its full support, and our party gives all best wishes for Mr. Stalin and this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Tejashvi Yadav, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, to deliver his special address.
I wholeheartedly welcome everyone present in All India Federation for Social Justice, First National Conference. अभी पूर्व में जितने भी वक्ताएं थे, उन सब की बातें जो हैं हम सुन रहे थे, और बड़ी खुशी हुई इस बात को लेकर के कि सभी लोग जो हैं इस बात को बोल रहे हैं कि कास्ट सर्वे जो है वो होना चाहिए, कास्ट सेंसस जो है वो होना चाहिए। मैं आप सब लोगों को बता दूं कि जो हमारी महागठबंधन की सरकार है, वो हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर के कास्ट बेस्ड सर्वे कराने का ऐलान किया, और इसकी शुरुआत जो है हो चुकी है। और इसकी लड़ाई हमारे पिता आदरणीय लालू जी ने हर मुकाम पे लड़ा है, सड़क से संसद तक इसकी लड़ाई लड़ी। और क्योंकि राज्य सरकार जो है कास्ट सेंसस जो है नहीं करा सकती है, इसलिए हम लोगों ने
सारे पहलुओं को देखते हुए हमारी सरकार ने फैसला किया कि कास्ट बेस्ड सर्वे जो है वो कराई जाए। तो इसकी शुरुआत हो चुकी है और जैसा आप लोग सब लोग जानते हैं कि सामाजिक न्याय, सोशल जस्टिस के लिए पेरियार साहब, अन्ना जी, करुणानिधि जी, कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी और हमारे पिता ने संघर्ष किया। कई मुकाम माइलस्टोन्स जो हैं हम लोगों ने लागू जो है हम लोगों ने पाया है, मुकाम जो है पाए हैं, और भी हम लोगों का कई संघर्ष करने की जरूरत है और काफी चीजें मुकाम पाना, हासिल करना अभी बाकी है। और अभी हेमंत सोरेन साहब यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। हम सब लोग को एक कलेक्टिव कंसर्न है कि जो भी विपक्षी दल है या कांग्रेस प्रदेश शासित राज्य है, वहां 27% रिजर्वेशन, 27% रिजर्वेशन हम लोगों को राज्य सरकार को करना चाहिए। लेकिन चिंता इस बात की होती है कि जब छत्तीसगढ़ की सरकार 27% ओबीसी के लिए रिजर्वेशन लाती है और झारखंड सरकार जब 27% की रिजर्वेशन लाती है, तो वहां के गवर्नर साहब जो हैं दोनों प्रदेशों के, वो रोक लेते हैं। इसका स्पष्ट मानना यह है कि इशारा कहीं और से होता है। और मैं फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी की बात से टोटल सहमत हूं कि जब तक सत्ता में, दिल्ली के सत्ता में जो लोग काबिज हैं, जिनकी विचारधारा जो है आरएसएस की है, और जब तक उनको हटाया नहीं जाएगा, सत्ता से बेदखल नहीं किया जाएगा, तब तक हम लोगों को पिछड़ों का, गरीबों का अधिकार नहीं मिलेगा। और इसके लिए हम सब लोगों को लड़ाई लड़ने की जरूरत है। अपने अपने ईगोज को दूर रख करके एक हो करके लड़ाई जो है वो लड़ना चाहिए। और पहले भी, पूर्व में भी हम लोगों ने देखा है कि जब भी भाजपा धार्मिक उन्माद या धार्मिक ध्रुवीकरण जब भी करती है, जब भी सोसाइटी को कॉमनलाइज करती है, तो इनको हराने के लिए हम लोगों ने पहले भी देखा है कि सामाजिक न्याय की जो राजनीति है उसी से हम जो है इनको हरा सकते हैं। और सबसे बड़ी आबादी जो है सब लोग जानते हैं कि किसकी है। तो एक बार जब कास्ट बेस्ड सर्वे बिहार में, हमको लगता है कि मई के 1-2 महीनों में जो है ये पूरा आ जाएगा, तो उसी हिसाब से हम अपनी सरकार की योजनाएं जो है वो बनाने का काम करेंगे। और जो अंतिम पैदान पे खड़ा जो समाज है, जो बैक बेंचर ऑफ द सोसाइटी है, उनको मुख्य धारा में हम सब लोग जो है लाने का हमारी सरकार जो है प्रयास करने का काम करेगी। लेकिन आज की स्थिति में देखिए, देश में जो माहौल है, देयर इज नो ओबीसी रिप्रेजेंटेशन एज पर ओबीसी पॉपुलेशन इन यूनिवर्सिटीज या इन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस। तो ये काफी जो है चिंता का सवाल है। जहां यूनिवर्सिटी में देख लीजिए तो ओबी पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से हम लोगों का रिजर्वेशन नहीं है। जितने सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं वहां रिप्रेजेंटेशन हमारा जो होना चाहिए वो नहीं है। और आप देखिएगा जुडिशरी में हम लोगों की भी मांग लगातार रही है कि जुडिशरी में रिजर्वेशन जो है वो होना चाहिए। और मेरे मानना है कि ओबीसी कोटा को एज पर ओबीसी पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज करना चाहिए। तो इसकी लड़ाई जो है हम सब लोगों को मिलकर के जो है वो लड़ना है। और साथ ही साथ आप देखिएगा कि सारी सत्ता में बैठे हुए, दिल्ली में बैठे हुए जो लोग हैं वो एंटी ओबीसी तो है ही, एंटी सोशल जस्टिस तो है ही, एंटी रिजर्वेशन भी है। और आज जितने इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं जहां भी रिजर्वेशन लागू होते थे, जो ओबीसी हो, एससी हो, एसटी हो, जिनको रोजगार में रिजर्वेशन मिलता था, नौकरियां मिलती थी, आज वैसे सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को प्राइवेटाइज कर दिया जा रहा है। जब सरकारी संस्थाएं जब प्राइवेटाइज हो जाएंगी तो आरक्षण का क्या महत्व रह जाएगा? कोई मतलब नहीं रह जाएगा। और आज देखा ही जा रहा है कि सारे, चाहे बीएसएनएल हो, रेल हो, सेल हो, भेल हो, हर एक चीज को जो है बेच दिया जा रहा है। तो इसलिए अब सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण ये आ जाता है कि इनको तो हराना है आने वाले 2024 के चुनाव में, लेकिन साथ ही साथ हम सब लोगों को मिलकर के लड़ाई जो है, अभी डी राजा साहब बता रहे थे कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर में रिजर्वेशन जो है हम लोगों को उसके लिए मिलकर के संघर्ष करने की जरूरत है। और जब तक प्राइवेट सेक्टर में रिजर्वेशन नहीं होगा तब तक लोगों को जो है इंसाफ और जो है नहीं मिलेगा। और बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि आज सब लोग जो है ये पहला नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में, जिसमें मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ तमिलनाडु के चीफ मिनिस्टर स्टालिन साहब का कि उन्होंने इसके लिए बहुत पहल की है, विल्सन साहब का। मैं ऐश्वर्या जी का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ, वीरमणि जी का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ कि जब जब ये याद करते हैं हम हमेशा मौजूद रहते हैं। और ये पिछले साल जब हमारी मीटिंग हुई थी उसमें ये निर्णय लिया गया था कि अगले बार से जो है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हम लोग जो है करेंगे। तो आज इसकी शुरुआत हुई है तो मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि पहल जो है, गाड़ी जो है आगे बढ़ी है और मिलकर के लड़ाई लड़ना है और अपने लोगों को अधिकार की लड़ाई जो है वो लड़ करके उनको अधिकार हम लोग मिलकर के दिलाएंगे। तो सभी लोगों को यहाँ मौजूद कॉन्फ्रेंस में जितने लोग हैं सब लोगों का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ, आप सब लोगों का स्वागत करता हूँ, सलाम करता हूँ और ज्यादा समय ना लेते हुए हम अपनी बातों को यही समाप्त करते हैं। आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
तेजस्वी जी, अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस आप पटना में कराइए, देश भर
अरे आप कहीं भी चाहिए, हम तो तैयार हैं। अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस हम जरूर, आप लोग चाहेंगे तो हम पटना में ऑर्गेनाइज करा देंगे। लेकिन हम देखिए इतने प्रतिबद्ध हैं। लास्ट टाइम आप लोगों ने जब मीटिंग में हमको बुलाया था उस समय हम हनीमून पे थे दुबई में, और उस समय भी हम आपका जो मीटिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है वो अटेंड किया। और मुझे खुशी है जब ये मीटिंग कर रहे तो हम पिता बन चुके। तो बहुत बहुत आप सब लोगों को धन्यवाद। जरूर हम अपनी मीटिंग जो है आप लोग चाहेंगे तो पटना में ऑर्गेनाइज कराएंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, Leader of Opposition Uttar Pradesh and President of the Samajwadi Party, to deliver the special address.
सबको सभी के लिए, एवरीथिंग फॉर एवरीवन के उद्घोष के साथ ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन फॉर सोशल जस्टिस की स्थापना का सत प्रयास सराहनीय है। तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री और डीएम के माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री M.K. स्टालिन ने सामाजिक जागरूकता के लिए जो पहल की है वह सामाजिक न्याय की शक्तियों को एकजुट करने में सार्थक साबित होगी। दक्षिण भारत में श्री पेरियार ने जिस सामाजिक आंदोलन की अलग जगाई उससे अछूता उत्तर भारत भी नहीं रहा था। तमिलनाडु के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री श्री करुणानिधि और उत्तर प्रदेश के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव की भी मुलाकात हुई थी। उन नेताओं की भेंट का ऐतिहासिक और राजनीतिक महत्व कम नहीं आंका जाना चाहिए। डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया ने जिस सामाजिक न्याय की अनिवार्यता पर बल दिया था, समाजवादी पार्टी की उसके प्रति अटूट प्रतिबद्धता रही है। डॉक्टर लोहिया ने पिछड़ों के लिए संसोपा ने बांधी गांठ, पिछड़े पावे 100 में 60 की सामाजिक व्यवस्था के साथ ही विशेष अवसर के सिद्धांत का भी प्रतिपादन किया था, जो संविधान में आरक्षण का आधार बना। समाजवादी पार्टी समानता, सामाजिक न्याय तथा आत्मसम्मान के लिए लड़ाई में हर कदम पर सहभाग के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। स्मरणीय है कि समाजवादी पार्टी ने पूर्व रक्षा मंत्री तथा पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश नेताजी श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव के नेतृत्व में मंडल कमीशन की रिपोर्ट को लागू कराने के लिए लंबा आंदोलन चलाया था। हजारों समाजवादी कार्यकर्ताओं ने जेल यातनाएं सही, तब जाकर के मंडल कमीशन की रिपोर्ट लागू हो सकी। समाजवादी पार्टी सबके लिए हक और सम्मान चाहती है, इसलिए समाजवादी पार्टी का मानना है कि जब तक सामाजिक न्याय नहीं होगा तब तक न आर्थिक समानता आएगी और न ही सामाजिक गैरबराबरी का अंत होगा। समान अवसर और सम्मान के साथ सभी को जीने का अधिकार मिलना चाहिए। शोषण मुक्त समाज की स्थापना ही समाजवाद का ध्येय है। आज आवश्यकता है कि शोषणकारी व्यवस्था की समाप्ति और संपन्नता के प्रति के लिए सामाजिक न्याय की शक्तियां संगठित और सशक्त हों। इसके लिए परस्पर विमर्श, कार्यक्रम तथा संघर्ष का रास्ता ही बचता है। समाजवादी पार्टी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री M.K. स्टालिन के नेतृत्व में ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन फॉर सोशल जस्टिस की पहली बैठक की सफलता की कामना करती है।
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, former Chief Minister of Karnataka and former Union Minister of the Indian National Congress, to deliver the special address.
Friends, I'm highly grateful for the cordial invitation rendered to Indian National Congress by Sri M.K. Stalin to participate in the All India Federation for Social Justice. When I landed in the airport, our AICC President, Mr. Mallikarjuna Kharge, told me, rather directed me to proceed to the venue of this meeting and participate it and communicate to this federation and all of you that Indian National Congress is with you to fight for all the social justice. You know, social change cannot be effected unless there is proper social justice. History of the many civilizations we found, including India, that people suffer, particularly OBC, SC, ST, they suffer from the long drawn feeling like Stockholm syndrome, where they suffer, they are exploited, and after some time, they just enjoy it. That is why that we need to liberate the OBCs and the SC, ST to enjoy the fruits of democracy. Our friend who spoke earlier, he said that, by the mere launching of the Constitution, we are not made India. Because India has to be made through the mandate given by the Constituent Assembly, headed by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, to ensure that the benefits should accrue to this class of people. I can give one example. Dr. Manmohan Singh appointed me as a chairman of the Oversight Committee to ensure, you know, there was an amendment to the Constitution that was challenged, and he told me, you'll have to come out with a solution for it. I had a lot of hostile members within my own committee. I had to struggle for it. No sooner we wanted to implement, almost all the chairmen of the institutions, you know, the higher education institution governed by the government of India, they tendered their resignation. In protest against implementation, they said, these are all the sacred institutions. You know, the institutions will be destroyed. That is why we are tendering resignation. I called all the directors of these institutes, maybe AIIMS, IITs, IIMs, many such institutions. They all came. I said, what is your problem? No, the sanctity of the institution will be destroyed. I said, what is your place? What is the place of your institutions in the world economic scenario? No place at all. I said, I gave one slogan: expansion, inclusion, and excellence. I conducted a survey in South India, particularly Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, where the reservation is in force. Yes, the report came from the
people who are in the academics. The report is, first year, yes, these OBCs did not fare well. But the second year onwards, it is only those OBCs who secured the first rank, OBCs who secured the first class, OBCs who stood first. This is the scenario. That means the talent is available. Respond it, because it is in the ocean that you can find variety, quality fishes, not in the pond, small pond. This is India. We implemented it 27%. Today, of course, the present government is trying to dilute the admissions. As a chief minister, I implemented common entrance test to ensure reservation to the students, and 50%, including the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and they got admission, thousands of admission to become the engineers, doctors, everybody. And I gave stipend and the scholarship, all those persons who cannot afford to have access to the institution. We have seen it, and they have done very well. It's the backwardness of the mind of the administrator which is holding it back. So today the initiative taken by M.K. Stalin is excellent. I salute him. And we are not lacking in talent. We lack in the drive. That is how we need to liberate them from this kind of a situation we are put in. And it is. And in fact, I must tell you that we need to have this kind of a movement. I think it is only through the movement which you intend, M.K. Stalin ji, that we can liberate the people. We should not forget today, we are in the reverse gear of social justice. We have to take it forward, which requires a lot of effort, solidarity. Indian National Congress is with this movement. We'll work together to ensure that social justice is never denied. I must tell you incidentally that it was the first Prime Minister of this country, Jawaharlal Nehru ji, when he found that there is a movement in Tamil Nadu, he responded to that movement. The first amendment to the Constitution of India is with regard to the providing the reservation to the backward classes. We should not forget about it. It cannot be done by hypocrisy, but he stood on the floor. Himself moved the resolution for amendment, the first amendment to the Constitution to introduce, the reservation to the backward classes. This is the history. We followed it up. When we wanted to introduce, VP Singh wanted to in fact implement the recommendation of the Mandal Commission, there was a lot of protest. And after P.V. Narasimha Rao came, we all prevailed upon him. We must implement recommendation of the Mandal Commission. We did recommend the Mandal Commission. At that time, even before the Supreme Court, all of us engaged very senior counsels, effective lawyers, to ensure that Indira Sahni judgment came out for implementation of the Mandal Commission. So that is why this has to be taken forward to the movement. Caste census is a must. Without caste census, now the Supreme Court has awakened and said, without the data, we cannot implement reservation. I think it's a high time that we have the national, 2021, caste census should have been done. It is postponed because of the COVID. Now it is the right time that, we must all press. I think lead a social movement to ensure that the caste census is taken. It is because we do not know who is enjoying what. In the darkness, we cannot implement the social justice, such measures. It is only through the concrete data that we can implement it. So it's a right time that MK Stalin has taken this initiative. Take forward this initiative. We are all with you, MK Stalin ji. Go forward. Indian National Congress is with you. Wholeheartedly we support this move and we take forward this great struggle, historical struggle which you have initiated. We are with you and we are with you in the letter and spirit. And in fact, we must show to the people that social capital, as many of you have read out the statistics, how the social capital is concentrating in few persons. Social capital should belong to the people of this country, and it is making the social capital, the expansion of the base of the social capital, then only this country's liberty can be protected, then only that awakening can help. We have a very bad legacy. Previous to independence, when we gained independence, our literacy rate was only 14%. That means to say, all these OBCs and SC/ST, they could not enter the Gurukulas, the temple premises where the schools are run. Britishers wanted to perpetuate that kind of a, philosophy of the society, and because they enjoyed it, because they are supported by them. I think the liberation has to take place. It is the education, number one. The education should, all kinds of education should reach out to every citizen of this country, particularly OBCs, SC/ST, so that they can liberate themselves. I think this is the struggle, this is the historic fight for which all of us join together, and each one should not take his own agenda. Let there be a wholesome agenda so that we'll succeed in this great historical struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Ashok Gehlot, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Indian National Congress, to deliver his special address.
Respected MK Stalin ji, Hemant Soren ji, Chief Minister Jharkhand, Kani Modi ji, Tejaswini Yadav ji, Deputy Chief Minister Bihar, respected Virappa Moili ji, ex-Chief Minister Karnataka, D. Raja ji, Senior Leader CPI, Mr. Wilson ji, Member Parliament DMK. सबसे पहले मैं ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस के ऑर्गेनाइज करने पर मैं आपको बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। सामाजिक न्याय जो है सदियों से संघर्ष के लिए रहा है। SC/ST OBC आज भी संघर्ष कर रही है। डॉक्टर अंबेडकर साहब ने बनाया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन और कांग्रेस आजादी के पहले और बाद में लगातार संविधान के निर्माण में भूमिका अदा करी। उसके बावजूद भी आज भी महसूस करते हैं कि किस प्रकार से भेदभाव होता है। बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, SC/ST के सामने भी है। हम बात तो करते हैं इक्वलिटी की, परंतु उसके बावजूद भी आज भी जो अनटचेबिलिटी है वो भी इनह्यूमन है। और OBC वाले हैं, उनकी भी कई समस्याएं पैदा होती है जगह जगह पर। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के वक्त में और सोनिया गांधी जी के वक्त में जो ये कानून बने थे अधिकार देने के, एक कदम आगे बढ़े थे, जिसमें नरेगा के साथ में RTE, RTI, फूड सिक्योरिटी एक्ट बने थे। अभी मैंने आपको जान के खुशी होगी, प्रधानमंत्री मिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी को मैंने पत्र लिखा है कि आपको एक कानून पूरे देश में लागू हो सोशल सिक्योरिटी का, पार्लियामेंट के अंदर बनना चाहिए। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आप सब इस पर दबाव डालेंगे केंद्र सरकार पर, जिससे कि सोशल सिक्योरिटी के लिए भी हमेशा के लिए, जैसे दुनिया के मुल्कों के अंदर है, कई राष्ट्र जो है वो सोशल सिक्योरिटी के अंतर्गत परिवारों को जितनी जरूरत होती है उसके अकॉर्डिंग टू उनको वीकली पैसा मिलता है। हमारे यहाँ पर डिफरेंट स्टेट डिफरेंट धनराशि जो देते हैं हम लोग, ओल्ड लोगों को भी, विडोज को भी और डिसेबल्ड को भी। तो कानून बन जाएगा तो सबको अधिकार मिल जाएगा सोशल सिक्योरिटी का। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि इसकी आसर बड़ी आवश्यकता है। और जहां तक सवाल है कास्ट बेस्ड सर्वे का, 1931 में जो सर्वे हुआ था लास्ट सेंसस के रूप में, उसके बाद में कभी हुआ नहीं है। बिहार ने जो शुरू किया वो सर्वे है, सेंसस नहीं है। सेंसस जब हम जानते हैं कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ही कर सकती है, तो तमाम चीफ मिनिस्टर साहबान को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि हमें जवाब देना चाहिए केंद्र सरकार पर। अभी कांग्रेस के अधिवेशन जो हुआ था रायपुर में, उसमें जो रिजोल्यूशन किया गया उसके अंदर भी ये मांग की गई है कि हमें कास्ट बेस्ड सेंसस कराना चाहिए केंद्र सरकार को। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि वक्त आ गया कि इसमें हम लोग कामयाब होंगे। और सोशल सिक्योरिटी के लिए हमने कुछ कदम उठाए हैं, कंपल्सरी एफआईआर का भी। आप जानते हैं कि गरीबों की सुनवाई नहीं होती है पुलिस स्टेशन पे भी, SC ST OBC लोगों की विशेष रूप से। हमने यहाँ पर FIR को कंपल्सरी किया है पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर, उसका बड़ा इम्पैक्ट पड़ा। 156(3) में जो केसेस आते थे कोर्ट से, उसकी संख्या बहुत कम हो गई और तफ्तीश इन्वेस्टिगेशन का टाइम बहुत कम हो गया। SC ST OBC को काफी हद तक न्याय मिलने लगा है। मैंने जो मिनिस्ट्री फॉर्म की है राजस्थान के अंदर, उसमें भी 18 लोग जो है वो आउट ऑफ 30, 18 SC ST OBC के हैं और 2 माइनॉरिटी के हैं। इस प्रकार से हमारा प्रयास है किस प्रकार से हम लोग माइनॉरिटी के साथ साथ में SC ST OBC को भी हम लोग किस प्रकार स्ट्रेंथन कर सकते हैं। सबका ध्येय एक ही है कि किस प्रकार से हम सोशल जस्टिस का जो आपने ये जो स्लोगन दिया है, ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन ऑफ सोशल साइंस के गठन करके एक शुरुआत की है, उसके लिए आप बधाई के पात्र हैं। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आने वाले वक्त में ये जो नई शुरुआत हुई है, ये पूरे देश के अंदर हर प्रदेश में भी, हर जिले में भी एक मैसेज आएगा। और मिस्टर स्टालिन का इस कदम को उठाना एक मायने रखता है देश के लिए। मैं समझता हूं कि हमारी कांग्रेस पार्टी भी, अन्य पार्टी मिलकर के सोशल जस्टिस कैसे मिले हर व्यक्ति को, जो सपना डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर का भी था, कई नेताओं का भी था, कई महापुरुषों का भी था देश के अंदर, चाहे वो महाराष्ट्र के हो, तमिलनाडु के हों या देश के किसी भाग के हों, उन सबका सपना पूरा करने के लिए मिस्टर स्टालिन, आपको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आपका जो ये पहल किया आपने, उसमें आपको सबका सहयोग मिलेगा। इस काम को हम लोग और मजबूती से आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। धन्यवाद आपका, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Thol Thirumavalavan, Member of Parliament, Tamil Nadu, and President of the Vidudalai Sirutaigal Katchi, to deliver his special address.
Most respected our Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and all other respected leaders of various political parties and social organizations. My warm greetings to you all for success of this event. We are here to discuss the issue of social justice. Why we need this conference for social justice? Because there is a great threat to the social justice in our country. Social justice is a concept which is against to Sanatan justice. There are two concepts in our country. One is Sanatan concept, another one in social justice concept. We are here to save social justice for equality. Social justice for equality. Sanathan justice for inequalities. So we have to consolidate all the democratic forces across the country to save the social justice, to save the constitution, to save our nation from the Sanathan forces. Social justice is an aspect, fundamental aspect of a democratic society that ensure equal opportunity, equal representation, equal rights for all citizens, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, or gender. Baba Sahib Dr. Ambedkar made the constitution which provide justice socially, economically, politically. He has given priority to social justice in the constitution. If there is a threat to the social justice, it means there is a threat to the constitution. So we have to fight to save our constitution. This is the challenge in front of us in the current situation. The ruling party, BJP, is not an ordinary political party. This is a political wing of Sangh Parivars. We know very well. Sangh Parivar's agenda is the agenda of BJP. Sangh Parivars are not for social justice at any cost. They will be against social justice. BJP government attempt to destroy the basic structure of the constitution. It is nothing but direct attack on social justice. So we have to fight against these Sanathan forces to save our constitution. This is a high time to consolidate all the anti-BJP, anti-Sangh Parivar forces. I wholeheartedly congratulate our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, who has taken this great initiative to consolidate from this event many chief ministers, former chief ministers, and great warriors of social justice all over the country. This day is great historical day, which made by our Honorable CM of Tamil Nadu. Therefore, on behalf of our party VCK, Vidudalai Chiruthaikal Katchi, we propose the following measures to ensure social justice in our country. Firstly, we must demand an increase in the reservation for OBCs, including religious minorities, scheduled castes, and scheduled tribes. After the EWS judgment of the Supreme Court, there is no obstacle to do so. Secondly, due to the false economic policy and privatization of BJP government, now most of the public sectors were dismantled. It is the private sector which provided employments to OBCs, minorities, and scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. since there is no scope for employment in the public sector, reservation should be expanded to the private sectors. Our National General Secretary of CPI, Anand D. Raja, emphasized this demand, this issue. So on behalf of VCK, I would like to emphasize this issue. We should bring this issue as one of the top priority. Thirdly, we should make a demand caste census for ensuring the proportionate reservation based on population. And lastly, since Sanatana ideology is against women, we must intensify our fight for women's reservation. It will be the completeness of social justice. In conclusion, we must work towards safeguarding social justice in our country. Upholding the principles of social justice is essential to ensure equal representation, equal opportunity, and equal rights for all citizens. We will be there, VCK. We will be there with you all forever to defeat Sanatana forces who are the enemies of social justice and the Constitution of India. Let's work together to save Constitution and save nation through safeguarding social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Vaiko, Member of Parliament, Tamil Nadu, and General Secretary of the MDMK to deliver his address.
Great privilege to participate in the discussion, physical and virtual discussion of All India Federation for Social Justice, which was launched by our Honorable Chief Minister Dalapati Stalin, who is taking this state to the pinnacles of glory by his able administration and Dravida model governance. And I am so thankful to him and also to the convener, Mr. P. Wilson, advocate and also a member of parliament. The great leaders of the Dravidian movement, Dr. Nadesanar, P.T. Tyagarayan, and Thoravat Madhavan Nair, and then the great champion of social justice, Thandai Periyar, his ardent disciple and the legendary leader of Arinyar Anna, his follower and her, Muttamil Arinyar, Dr. Kalaignар. All these leaders have laid the foundation stone for a society to eradicate the inequalities, casteism and superstition, and by establishing an order comprising equality, social justice, rationalism and free speech. Mr. Stalin declared that everything for everyone. This concept was there in Sangam literature 2000 years ago. Yadum ure yavarum kelir. Every home is my home and everybody is my kith and kin. Dr. Kalaignar adopted a resolution when VP Singh lost his crown by implementing Mandal Commission, and also he innovated a new scheme, Samatvapuram, where persons belonging to all castes come and live together, sharing the common hall, community hall, common well, even common burial ground. And then Mr. Stalin removed the thorn which was in the heart of Thandai Periyar declaring that all persons consisting of all castes could be made archakas, priests in the temple. So federation was established during the 74th Republic Day celebrations by the declaration of our Chief Minister, who is taking the torch towards social justice. Social justice is the concept of Dravidian movement. Social justice means DMK. DMK means social justice. Now we have to be very careful. There are divisive forces trying their ugly heads with venom to undo the achievements of social justice. Let us march together, shoulder to shoulder, to fight against these ugly groups, and it is our duty to go together and to establish social justice. This federation will do this. Definitely it will be a success. We will be all part of it, a part of this federation. Once again, I express my thanks to Mr. Stalin and Mr. P. Wilson.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Asiriyar Dr. K. Veeramani, President of the Dravidar Kazhagam, Tamil Nadu, to deliver the special address.
Our most respectful, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin, who is a great lieutenant who has taken the fight for social justice for the whole of India and builds a movement. Our dear dignitaries and leaders, brothers and sisters, please accept the hearty greetings from the land of social justice, land of Periyar, the land of First Amendment of the Constitution, the land of 76th Amendment of the Constitution, the land which is responsible for the 93rd Amendment of the Constitution. So the Tamil Nadu has created a history, and it is the right time that we have turned our attention fully to the All India so that the leaders could form an army of fighters. Thank you for all the co-fighters here. And it is the social justice which is responsible for rehumanization from the dehumanization. The caste system has dehumanized us, and it is the social justice which wants to rehumanize us, because the caste system was imported in our society long time back. Now it is unfortunate and very shameful that is being taken and exported to the other countries. So it is high time that social justice is the only remedy which could take us far away and make us as humanize our feelings, humanize our people. It is the voice of the depressed and the downtrodden. And what the days of Dronacharya and Ekalavas are over. Now this is an area. What we want is not charity, my dear brothers and sisters. And we are on the fighting field, war front. Why? Because we have suffered a lot for thousands and thousands of years. We are the sufferers. No sufferers will tolerate up to a point. That is why this conference, this is not mere a conference. This is a call for a fight, for firefighting. Because this is land from not only social justice, this is a social transformation. The political power, change of political power is nothing but transfer of power. As Periyar has rightly said, Tandai Periyar, our mentor, has rightly pointed what we wanted and what we want is not mere political power transfer, a transformation of social power. Transformation that is more important. How to do that? So let us all unite together. This is the right time this conference is being convened. I congratulate all those who have participated from all over India. This is a great call, the very right time. Let us all unite together. There may be differences, there may be discriminations, but we are all here to claim that we are one and indivisible. Our Dravidian principle is definitely the one thing, that is everything to everybody. In Tamil, long time back, the self-respect movement founder, Thandai Periyar, has said, Anaivarkum Anaitum. That is everyone to everybody. That is the philosophy of social justice. That is why, how to get that social justice? Not by words, but by action. We will have to clear our people. And wholeheartedly, we must see how it is being thwarted. It was our great 1921, 22, 24, all these years, 28, we are the forefront. And that is why it was being challenged. That because of fight of Periyar, and we are able to bring that one, here, 69% was there. Whereas the other states are there. Because not only it is 69% reservation for scheduled castes, for the OBCs, for the MBCs, all these things. But also another thing we must know that this is being very well protected by the 9th schedule of, which is very contrary to other states, which is a very rare thing. So that is why, because we have created a public opinion. We have created a public army. We have created a number of people who will sacrifice their life for the cause of social justice and the philosophy of social justice. That is why that days ought to be renewed. So we will have to come back to those days. Mere speeches won't do that. Let us create public opinion. Let us join together. National integration may be a political angle, but this is a great social integration. It's a need of the hour, need of the day. That is more important. That is why we have all come together today. And we thank profusely our Honorable Chief Minister and the great organizers who are here. How to unite in spite of all the differences. Unity in diversity, that may be a beautiful philosophy. How to translate into action. Our leader Periyar has suggested very simply, enlarge your areas of agreement. Discard your area of disagreement. Division should not be there. We must come together. We must come, because the social justice and secularism are the two planks, two things that is very important. For that, self-respect is much more to be a rare thing. Only rationality and self-respect distinguishes human beings from animals. That is why social justice is the only thing we could always think of the remedy. My dear brothers and sisters, let us take a walk, and we will have to take it further. I entirely agree with my previous speeches that the caste data must be secure. Unless and until that is there. And they say, oh, the caste, why you are renewing the caste and all these things? Have you abolished caste? In our constitution itself, there are 18 words, 18 times the caste is used. Only untouchability is abolished, not caste. We request, there must be a special amendment. Let us all try. If you want to do away with the caste, we welcome it. If you want the one nation, one election, one ration card, everything one. Why not the one caste? Why not one graveyard? Because that is the only way to get liberty, equality, and fraternity. That is why social justice is a large vision. Social justice is not a concept. It is a way of life. It is the only thing which could deliver us from the great deliverance, from the great differences, from the oppressed community. So let us all fight together. Let us join together, and our leader is there to lead us. This is a great army of firefighters. This is an army of great unity. This is an army of great social integration. Let us take the flag, and we might have won the battles or lost the battles. The war is yet to be won. This is there. The war front lieutenant is there. I am always congratulate you because he is the exemplary chief minister of the whole Dravidian model. Let us all follow together because this is nothing but humanization. Thank you very much.
Hello. Islam.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Honorable Mr. Hemant Soren, Chief Minister of Jharkhand and the Executive President of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, to address the gathering.
ओके सबसे पहले आज ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन ऑफ फॉर सोशल जस्टिस के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को आयोजित करने के लिए तमिलनाडु सीएम और डीएम के चीफ ऑनरेबल थिरु एम.के. स्टालिन जी को मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आज आपने सोशल जस्टिस के लिए इतने सारे महानुभावों को यहाँ हमारे साथ एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाके एक भव्य डिस्कशन किया है। आज इसमें गहलोत जी शामिल हुए हैं, तेजस्वी जी शामिल हुए हैं, आदरणीय सीताराम येचुरी जी भी आए, डी राजा साहब आए, अखिलेश भाई भी इन्होंने हिस्सा लिया, आदरणीय फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी ने भी हिस्सा लिया, मनोज सिंह जी ने भी लिया, मनोज झा जी ने भी लिया, कई गणमान्य अतिथियों ने हिस्सा लिया है। कुछ बातें उनकी भी हमने सुनी। आज सोशल जस्टिस को लेकर इन सभी को आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल होने के लिए मैं अपनी ओर से पहले तो सबको वड़क्कम बोलता हूं, जोहार करता हूं, नमस्ते करता हूं, आदाब करता हूं। जब हम सोशल जस्टिस की बात करते हैं तो डेफिनेटली सीधे तौर पर एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी महिलाओं के संदर्भ में उनके हक अधिकारों की रक्षा को लेकर बातें उठती हैं। और कहीं ना कहीं ये सोशल जस्टिस आज हम लोगों का पॉलिसी का हिस्सा भी के रूप में भी है। संविधान में भी आज इस विषय को लेकर जहां एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी को सोशली, पॉलिटिकली, इकोनॉमिकली कवच बाबा भीमराव अंबेडकर साहब ने दिया है। और आज फिर से एक हम लोग प्लेटफॉर्म पर हैं सोशल जस्टिस को लेकर, और कहीं ना कहीं आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से कई बातें सामने आ रही हैं कि आज देश का आजाद हुए 75वें साल होने के बावजूद भी जहां एक और देश को अमृतकाल की ओर ले जाने की बात कही जा रही है, जहां एक और भारत को विश्व गुरु की संज्ञान दी जा रही है, और आज भी हम सोशल जस्टिस को लेकर चिंतित हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं आज सोशल जस्टिस की अगर हम बात को देखेंगे तो ये एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी से बढ़कर इसके दायरे और बड़े हो गए हैं। जहां तक हमारे छोटे बुद्धि में जो समझ में आ रही है, जिस तरीके से वर्तमान समय और वर्तमान राजनीतिक हालात और जो देश की परिस्थिति है, इस पर जो हम इस चर्चा में छूते हुए निकल रहे हैं, एक तरफ अमृतकाल, एक तरफ देश का विश्व गुरु बनना और एक तरफ देश की सारी व्यवस्थाएं ध्वस्त होना, और जिसमें सबसे अधिक और सबसे पहले जो इफेक्टेड लोग होंगे, कहीं ना कहीं वो एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, माइनॉरिटीज, वुमेन, यही समूह होंगे, यही लोग होंगे। हालांकि भारत को हम लोग दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री मानते हैं, और यहाँ अलग अलग रंग भेद, अलग अलग बोलचाल, अलग अलग पद्धति को मानने वाले लोग हैं। और जहां तक मैं अपने राजनीतिक अनुभव को देखता हूं और अपने अग्रणी पंक्ति में खड़े हमारे आदरणीय दिसोमगुरु शिबू सोरेन जी को देखता हूं, इन्होंने भी सामाजिक लड़ाइयां काफी लड़ी हैं। और झारखंड का इतिहास तो खैर अपने आप में एक देश की आजादी की लड़ाई से कम का ये रणक्षेत्र नहीं है। जहां देश की आजादी के लोग सपने नहीं देखते थे, उस समय यहाँ के आदिवासी अंग्रेजों से लड़ाई लड़ते थे। और आज फिर लगता है कहीं ना कहीं हम उसी जगह आके खड़े हैं जहां से हमने चलना शुरू किया है। ये कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी चिंता की बात है। कई महानुभावों ने कई विषयों को अंकित किया है, और मुझे लगता है कि विगत देश आजाद होने के बाद से लेकर आज तक, और विशेषकर वर्तमान कुछ वर्षों में जो परिस्थिति बदली है, वो परिस्थिति कुछ ज्यादा चिंताजनक पूरे देश के लिए भी है, देश के सभी समूह, सभी वर्गों के लिए भी है। हम सब देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से देश की अर्थव्यवस्था चरमरा गई, किस तरीके से यहाँ के किसान, मजदूर और पढ़े लिखे नौजवान बेरोजगार हो रहे हैं, और किस तरीके से जो थोड़ी बहुत रोजगार उपलब्ध कराने वाली संस्थाएं हैं, उन सभी संस्थाओं को भी समाप्त किया जा रहा है। भारत को कृषि प्रधान देश भी कहा जाता है। हमारे अग्रणी नेताओं ने कई स्लोगन किसानों को लेके बुलंद किया। किसानों का आंदोलन आज भी अनवरत जारी है। अभी विगत दिनों में, विगत वर्षों में आपने देखा कि 1 नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 नहीं, 4 नहीं, 5 महीनों तक दिल्ली में किसान अनशन पर रहे। बदले में क्या मिला, ये हमारे सामने है। जहां देश का सबसे ज्यादा लोग एंगेज हैं, उस व्यवस्था को कहीं ना कहीं हम लोगों ने बिल्कुल किनारे छोड़ दिया है। उसे आज कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ज्यादा प्रभावित वर्तमान नीतियों की वजह से हो रही हैं। कई क्षेत्र हैं जहां पर आज हमें चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता है। आज आदरणीय स्टालिन साहब ने सोशल जस्टिस की बात को छेड़ा है। मुझे लगता है ये चर्चा हमारे चंद घंटों में के लिए नहीं, बल्कि एक लंबे समय के लिए होने की आवश्यकता है। क्योंकि कई बार सोशल जस्टिस को लोग एकत्रित हुए, कई बार कुछ अच्छे परिणाम भी आए, कई बार कुछ चिंता करने वाला परिणाम भी आया, लेकिन वर्तमान परिस्थिति कुछ ज्यादा ही गंभीर और चिंता का सवालों को लेकर खड़ा है। हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ी, हमारे नई जनरेशन के लिए अगर आज कोई ठोस कदम ना उठ पाया तो वो आने वाले पीढ़ी के लिए बहुत पेनफुल रहेगा। चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र में हो कोई, चाहे वो एजुकेटेड हमारे बच्चे ही क्यों ना हो। आज जहां ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के बच्चे सबसे अधिक नौकरियों में जाते थे, फौजियों में जाते थे, आर्मी रिक्रूटमेंट में जाते थे, लेकिन आर्मी रिक्रूटमेंट की क्या स्थिति हो गई आप सब लोगों ने देखा। थोड़ी बहुत हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के बच्चे जो कुछ पढ़ लेते थे तो रेलवे में नौकरी करते थे। रेलवे की क्या स्थिति रही वो आप सब लोगों के सामने। ऐसे कई चीजें आज लोगों को पीडीएस के अनाज पर जीने के लिए मजबूर होना पड़ रहा है। आज महंगाई की स्थिति इस हालत में है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज फूट डालो और राजनीति करो की एक परिपाटी स्थापित हो रही है, ये हम सब लोगों के लिए चिंता की बात है। और कहीं ना कहीं ये आग एक ऐसा संवेदनशीलता के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है जो हमारे इस लोकतंत्र को एक ऐसे चौराहे पे लाके जाके खड़ा करेगा जहां हमें इस लोकतंत्र को बचाना बहुत मुश्किल होगा। हमारे पूर्वजों ने, हमारे अग्रणी नेताओं ने कई ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए जिसकी वजह से हमारे इस लोकतंत्र को सबसे मजबूत लोकतंत्र भी कहा गया, क्योंकि यहाँ जिस तरीके से हम लोग का फेडरल सिस्टम एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट होकर चला, वो अब कहीं ना कहीं उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा हमला देखने को मिल रहा है। आपने एक कहावत तो सुनी है, वर्तमान परिस्थिति में शुरू जब वर्तमान सरकार देश में अपनी जड़ें जमा रहा था कि ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा, बट अभी क्या चल रहा है, ना मैं कोई काम करूंगा ना किसी को कोई काम करने दूंगा, सबको परेशान करूंगा। आज ये बड़ा विचित्र स्थिति है। आज ओबीसी की बातें आई, हमारे स्टेट में तो जो स्थिति है, हमारे स्टेट का जो जन्म हुआ है एक आंदोलन का, ये उपज का ये राज है। और दुर्भाग्य से जो हमारे विपक्ष है, इन्हीं को ये 20 सालों तक स्टेट को रन करने का मौका मिला और इन लोगों ने बड़े तरीके से जो ओबीसी आरक्षण जिसकी बात करते हैं, रिजर्वेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, बढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं। यहां ऑलरेडी ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन बढ़ी हुई थी, इन लोगों ने बड़ी होशियारी से उन ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन को खत्म कर दिया। अभी हमने तमिलनाडु की ही सोच के आधार पर हमने कुछ यहाँ के, चूंकि हमारा स्टेट एसटी एससी ओबीसी डोमिनेटेड स्टेट है, सो हमने यहां पर भी कुछ रूल्स में बदलाव करने के लिए इसको 9th शेड्यूल में ले जाने के लिए प्रपोजल बना करके केंद्र सरकार को भेजने का प्रयास किया, जहां ओबीसी के भी आरक्षण बढ़ने थे, जहां एसटी एससी के भी आरक्षण बढ़ने थे, जहां हमारे यहाँ के डोमिसाइल की उनकी भी एक आइडेंटिफिकेशन होने की बात थी। लेकिन समहाव महामहिम महोदय ने इसको आगे ना बढ़ाया और बल्कि उसको टर्न डाउन कर दिया। और इसके पहले भी अगर हम देखें, कर्नाटका में भी इसी तरीके से कुछ डिसीजंस लिए गए थे, जहां ओबीसी के आरक्षण को बढ़ाए गए और उसको केंद्र सरकार को भेजा गया। लेकिन हमारे राज्य में ऐसा नहीं हुआ। हमारे इस प्रपोजल को गवर्नर के द्वारा ही वापस कर दिया गया। तो कई ऐसी चीजें हैं जहां हमको लगता है कि पूरे जो लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था है हमारी, जो देश के अंदर, उसमें अलग अलग जगह, अलग अलग संस्थाओं में कहीं ना कहीं सोशल जस्टिस नहीं होना भी आज के दिन में इतनी बड़ी डिस्कशन को आमंत्रित कर रहा है। आज चाहे ब्यूरोक्रेसी में हो, चाहे वो जुडिशरी में हो, चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के जॉब्स में हो, चाहे पीएसयूज हो, एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, माइनॉरिटीज की जो प्रेजेंसी है बिल्कुल नहीं के बराबर है। हालांकि संविधान में हमें इन समूहों को एक कवर्ड किया गया है, उनको रिजर्वेशन मिला है। बट जब रेलवे की कोई नौकरी ही नहीं निकलेगी, बैंकों में कोई नौकरी ही नहीं निकलेगी, फौजियों में कोई नौकरी ही नहीं निकलेंगी, तो ये एसटीएस, जबकि आपको ये बात हम सबको मालूम है कि अब संविधान बदलने की भी बात होती है। अब संविधान जब बदलने की बात होगी तो क्या बात उभर के आएगी ये तो आने वाला वक्त बताएगा। लेकिन आज 75वें साल पर यह चर्चा हमारे आदरणीय पिता शिबू सोरेन जी ने, लालू प्रसाद जी ने, मुलायम सिंह जी ने भी राष्ट्रीय लोकतांत्रिक मोर्चा का गठन किया था, यही सामाजिक न्याय को लेकर। अब उनका एक दशक खत्म हुआ, अब फिर से हम लोग एकत्रित हुए हैं। ये कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि सोशल जस्टिस को लेकर हमें राजनीतिक लड़ाई भी लड़नी पड़ेगी, कानूनी लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ेगी, और लोगों तक इस विषय को पहुंचाने की भी आवश्यकता है। नहीं तो जिस तरीके से दूसरी ओर एक सामाजिक द्वेष और सामाजिक समरसता निरंतर टूटता दिख रहा है, और इसमें जिस तरीके से संवैधानिक ताकतों का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, वो सबके लिए चिंता है। आज हम लोग राजनीतिक दल के रूप में हैं यहाँ, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ हमारे सामाजिक लोगों तक में भी ये चीजें हमें पहुंचाने की आवश्यकता है। और अगर ये बैलेंस नहीं बना, आज जिस तरीके से अमीरी और गरीबी में जो डिफरेंसेस हैं, अगर वो डिफरेंसेस कम नहीं हुए तो कल को बहुत ही ज्यादा हम देश को तकलीफ में देखेंगे और खुद भी उसमें शामिल रहेंगे। आज सभी महानुभावों ने बड़े अच्छे तरीके से बड़े महत्वपूर्ण बिंदुओं को भी टच किया है, काफी एग्रेसिवली भी टच किया है। हमें, मुझे लगता है कि ये प्लेटफॉर्म स्टालिन साहब ने जो शुरू किया है, ये बहुत ही आने वाला समय में एक महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी के रूप में सामने उभर के आ सकता है। इसके लिए हम सब लोगों को प्रयास करने की आवश्यकता है, और लड़ना और संघर्ष करना तो खैर हम लोगों ने, हमारे खून में है, और इससे कोई हम लोग पीछे कभी नहीं हटते। बशर्ते इसकी लड़ाई अब जिस तरीके से है, समय बीतता है, लड़ाई के तरीके भी बदलते हैं, उनके जो अलग अलग आइडियाज हैं उनको कैसे काउंटर किया जा सकता है। आज के दिन में जिस तरीके से सोशल साइट पर हो, मीडिया साइट के माध्यम से हो, या और अदर इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर के माध्यम से हो, अगर सोशल जस्टिस की बातें आवाज करते हो तो आज तो ये भी सुनने के लिए मिलता है कि अगर कोई सोशल जस्टिस की बात करता है वो तो या तो जेल में बंद हो जाता है, या उसको कोई अनेकों तरीके से प्रताड़ना भी मिलती है। और इस संदर्भ में हमने देखा कई लेखक, कई समाज सेवी लोगों को आज अलग अलग तरीके से परेशान भी किया गया है। जो वर्तमान परिस्थिति की आवाज बुलंद करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं उनको भी दबाने का प्रयास हो रहा है। और आज शायद फिजिकल हम इतने लोग एकत्रित ना हो पाते, लेकिन आज तकनीक की व्यवस्थाओं का सहारा लेते हुए आज स्टालिन साहब ने इतने बड़े समूह को एक प्लेटफॉर्म में रखा। इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इनको देना चाहूंगा कि इसी समूह को और कितना हम लोग बड़ा कर सकें और कितनी मजबूती से अपने इस लोकतंत्र और संविधान को बचाने का एक मजबूत प्रयास हम लोगों का हो। इसके लिए जो सुझाव और जो आइडिया उभर के आएंगे, निश्चित रूप से हम सभी लोग, मैं उसके साथ रहूंगा और इस देश के जो मूल भावना है, जो मूल आत्मा है, उसको कैसे बचाना हो, उसके लिए जो भी संघर्ष करना होगा, उसके लिए हम बतौर झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव होने के नाते बिल्कुल मैं आज इस प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ खड़ा हूं। और मेरे से काफी बड़े अनुभवी लोग आज इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे हैं। कई दशक, कई वक्त इन लोगों ने देखा है इस देश को बनते बिगड़ते, उतार चढ़ाव। हम लोग न्यू कमर हैं, हम लोग पॉलिटिकल फील्ड के एक न्यू जनरेशन के रूप में खड़े हैं और कहीं ना कहीं इस बात को हम समझ रहे हैं कि वर्तमान राजनीति हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए बेहतर भविष्य लेकर नहीं, बल्कि उसको अंधकार में ले जाने का पूरा प्रयास है। आज एक हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ी के सामने पर्दा डाला जा रहा है जहां उसको ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि आज उसको नौकरी चाहिए, उसको रोजगार चाहिए, बल्कि आज ऐसा लग रहा है कि लोग एक दूसरे का खून का प्यासा हुए पड़े। हम लोग अभी हाल फिलहाल में त्योहारों का दौर चल रहा है और उन त्योहारों के दौर में कई ऐसी चीजें उभर के आ रही हैं कि जहां हम अलग अलग राज्यों की घटनाओं को लेकर, ये कहीं ना कहीं एक सुनियोजित षड्यंत्र है, बिल्कुल स्पष्ट दिखता है। कुछ लोग इसके पीछे लगे हैं जो अपने हिडन एजेंडा को कंप्लीट करने में लगे हैं। लेकिन एनीवे, हम लोग मुझे लगता है एक अच्छी शुरुआत है और जितने भी महानुभाव हैं, सभी लोगों की बातें जब एक साथ जुड़ के आएंगी तो कुछ ना कुछ बेहतर परिणाम जरूर आएगा। लेकिन हम लोगों ने सोशल जस्टिस पर बहुत जोरदार काम किया है। यूनिवर्सल पेंशन हम लोगों ने यहाँ इम्प्लीमेंट किया। ST SC OBCs की बच्चों को फॉरेन एजुकेशन के लिए 100% स्कॉलरशिप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दे रही है। हम यहाँ के ST SC OBCs के बच्चों को इंजीनियरिंग, मेडिकल, जज, चाहे वो जजेस की एजुकेशन लेना हो या फिर पत्रकारिता करना चाहता हो, उसके लिए 100% स्कॉलरशिप का भी हम लोगों ने प्रोविजन किया है। बल्कि इवन लोकल लेवल में लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्राइवेट कंपनियों में कैसे फिक्स हो, इसके लिए भी हमने रूल बनाया कि मिनिमम 75% प्राइवेट कंपनी में लोकल लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिले। इसके लिए भी हम लोगों ने रूल फ्रेम किया, ताकि उस रूल को लेकर के हम जितने भी यहाँ पर हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उन सब जगहों पर एक लिमिट तक कम से कम हमारे लोकल लोग एम्प्लॉय हो। तो हम लोग अपने लेवल पर जितनी चाहते हैं उतना हम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये विषय बेसिकली देश से भी जुड़ा है, इसलिए बड़े पैमाने में बदलाव की आवश्यकता है। मुझे लगता है आप सब लोग इस पे बेहतर निर्णय के साथ हम लोग आगे फिर मिलेंगे। आज के इस संक्षिप्त मीटिंग में इतनी बातें कह करके मैं अपनी बातों को समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। जोहार।
Thank you, sir. I now invite the chief guest of this evening's function, Honorable Mr. M.K. Stalin, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and President of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, to deliver the presidential address.
அகில இந்திய சமூக நீதி கூட்டமைப்பு நடத்தும் மாபெரும் முதல் மாநாட்டில் கலந்து கொண்டுள்ள அனைவரையும் வரவேற்று உரையாற்றிய அகில இந்திய பிற்படுத்தப்பட்டோர் கூட்டமைப்பின் தலைவர் ஓய்வு பெற்ற நீதிபதி ஈஸ்வரையா அவர்களே, ராஜஸ்தான் மாநில முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு அசோக் கெலாட் அவர்களே, ஜார்க்கண்ட் மாநிலத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு ஏமன் சோரன் அவர்களே, பீகார் மாநிலத்தினுடைய துணை முதலமைச்சர் தேஜஸ்வி யாதவ் அவர்களே, ஜம்மு காஷ்மீர் தேசிய மாநாட்டு கட்சியினுடைய தலைவர் ஃபரூக் அப்துல்லா அவர்களே, இந்திய கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சியினுடைய பொதுச் செயலாளர் டி ராஜா அவர்களே, திரிணாமுல் கட்சியைச் சேர்ந்த டெரிக் ஓபரேன் அவர்களே, முன்னாள் அமைச்சர் வீரப்ப மொய்லி அவர்களே, தமிழ்நாட்டிலிருந்து பங்கெடுத்திருக்கக்கூடிய மதச்சார்பற்ற முற்போக்கு கூட்டணி கட்சி தலைவர்களான ஐயா ஆசிரியர் அவர்களே, அண்ணன் வைகோ அவர்களே, சகோதரர் தொல் திருமாவளவன் அவர்களே, பேராசிரியர் ஜவஹர்லால் அவர்களே, சகோதரர் ஈஸ்வரன் அவர்களே, சகோதரர் வேல்முருகன் அவர்களே, திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தைச் சார்ந்த நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் TR பாலு அவர்களே, கனிமொழி அவர்களே, திருச்சி சிவா அவர்களே, ராஜா அவர்களே, வில்சன் உள்ளிட்ட நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே, காணொலி வாயிலாகவும் நேரிலும் வந்து உரையாற்றி இருக்கக்கூடிய பல்வேறு அரசியல் கட்சி மற்றும் பல்வேறு அமைப்புகளை சார்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய தோழர்களே, சமூக நீதியில் அக்கறை கொண்ட பெருமக்களை உங்கள் அனைவருக்கு நான் வணக்கம் தெரிவிக்கிறேன். அகில இந்திய சமூக கூட்டமைப்பினுடைய சார்பில் இந்த இணைய வழி கருத்தரங்கை ஏற்பாடு செய்துள்ள கழகத்தின் மாநிலங்களவை உறுப்பினர் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் வில்சன் அவர்களுக்கு நான் முதலில் நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அரசியல் நடவடிக்கைகளை விட சமூக நீதி நடவடிக்கைகளில் அதிக அக்கறை கொண்டவர் நம்முடைய வழக்கறிஞர் வில்சன் அவர்கள். அதனால்தான் இதனை அகில இந்திய முழுமைக்குமான மாநாடாக இதனை ஒருங்கிணைத்திருக்கிறார். ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவையும் இணையத்தால் இணைத்துள்ளோம். சமூக நீதி நம்மை எல்லாம் இணைத்துள்ளது. மாநிலத்தின் முதலமைச்சர்கள், அகில இந்திய அரசியல் கட்சி தலைவர்கள், மாநில கட்சியினுடைய தலைவர்கள், நாடாளுமன்ற சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள், முன்னாள் நீதியரசர்கள், மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர்கள் இணைந்துள்ளோம். சமூக நீதியை காக்கும் கடமை நமக்குத்தான் இருக்கிறது. அதனால்தான் இணைந்துள்ளோம். The struggle for attainment of social justice is not an issue of a single state. It is not an issue of a set of a few states. It is an issue concerning all states, and it is associated with the structure of Indian society. There might be differences in the degree of problems along caste and class lines in each state, but the core of the issue is the same. That is gross discrimination. Wherever there is discrimination, exclusion, untouchability, slavery, injustice, the medicine that can cure up these poisons is social justice. Like how the toxin of the snake is treated with antitoxin prepared with the same snake toxin. People discriminated by caste are uplifted by the same caste. That is the social justice ideal of reservations. இந்த சமூக நீதி கருத்தியலும் யார் எந்த நோக்கத்துக்காக பயன்படுத்துகிறார் என்பதை பொறுத்து அதன் வெற்றியும் பலனும் இருக்கும். சமூக ரீதியாக, கல்வி ரீதியாக புறக்கணிக்கப்பட்டவர்களை கைதூக்கி விடுவதுதான் சமூக நீதி. சமூக ரீதியாகவும் கல்வி ரீதியாகவும் பின்தங்கியவர்கள் என்பதுதான் அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தின் சமூக நீதி வரையறை. இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தின் 340வது பிரிவில் சோசியலி அண்ட் எஜுகேஷனலி என்பதுதான் வரையறையாக உள்ளது. அதே சொல்தான் அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தின் திருத்தத்திலும் சொல்லப்பட்டது. அதாவது சமூக நீதி எனப்படும் இடஒதுக்கீடு என்பதே சமூக ரீதியாகவும் கல்வி ரீதியாகவும் பின்தங்கியவர்களுக்கு தரப்பட வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்ட வரையறை. இந்த திருத்தத்துக்கு காரணமான மாநிலம் அன்றைய சென்னை மாகாணம். இந்த திருத்தத்துக்கு காரணமான தலைவர்கள் தான் தந்தை பெரியாரும் பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்களும். சமுதாயத்திலும் கல்வியிலும் பிற்படுத்தப்பட்டவராக இருக்கும் எந்த சமூகத்தோருக்கும் செய்யும் சலுகைகளை அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் எந்த பிரிவும் தடுக்காது என்பதுதான் அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தில் செய்யப்பட்ட 15(4) என்ற முதலாவது திருத்தம். இந்த திருத்தத்துக்கு காரணம் ஹாப்பினஸ் இன் மெட்ராஸ் அதுதான் என்று நாடாளுமன்றத்திலே சொன்னார் அன்றைய பிரதமர் நேரு அவர்கள். அதனால்தான் சமூக நீதியை நிலைநாட்டுவதில் நாங்கள் கவனமாக இருக்கிறோம். சோசியலி அண்ட் எஜுகேஷனலி என்பதில் எக்கனாமிக்லி என்பதை வஞ்சகமாக சேர்த்து விட்டது ஒன்றிய பாஜக அரசு. எக்கனாமிக்லி அதாவது பொருளாதார அடிப்படையில் இடஒதுக்கீடு தந்துவிட்டார்கள் பாஜகவினர். பொருளாதாரம் என்பது நிலையான அளவுகோல் அல்ல. இன்று ஏழையாக இருப்பவர் நாளை பணக்காரர் ஆகலாம். இன்று பணக்காரராக இருப்பவர் நாளையே ஏழை ஆகலாம். பணம் இருப்பதையே ஒருவர் மறைக்கலாம். எனவே இது சரியான அளவுகோல் அல்ல. உயர் சாதி ஏழைகள் என்று சொல்லி இடஒதுக்கீடு தருகிறது பாஜக அரசு. இது சமூக நீதி அல்ல. ஏழைகளுக்கு எந்த பொருளாதார உதவியும் செய்வதை நாங்கள் தடுக்கவில்லை. அது பொருளாதார நீதியே ஆகுமே தவிர சமூக நீதி ஆகாது. ஏழைகள் என்றால் அனைத்து ஏழைகளும் தானே இருக்க முடியும். அதில் என்ன உயர் சாதி ஏழைகள்? ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட சாதி ஏழைகளை புறக்கணிப்பதே சமூக அநீதி அல்லவா? அதனால்தான் பொருளாதார அளவுகோலை இடஒதுக்கீட்டில் நாங்கள் எதிர்க்கிறோம். உயர் சாதியில் இருக்கும் ஏழைகளுக்கு 10 விழுக்காடு இடஒதுக்கீடு வழங்குவது ஒன்றிய பாஜக அரசின் திட்டம். இடஒதுக்கீடு வழங்குவதால் தகுதி போய்விட்டது, திறமை போய்விட்டது என்று இதுவரை சொல்லி வந்த சிலர் இந்த இடஒதுக்கீட்டை மட்டும் ஆதரிக்கிறார்கள். இதன் வன்மமான எண்ணத்துக்கு அதிகம் விளக்கம் சொல்ல தேவையில்லை. இடஒதுக்கீடு மூலமாக அனைத்து சமூக மக்களும் படித்து விடுகிறார்கள், வேலைக்கு போய்விடுகிறார்கள் என்ற வன்மம் தான் தகுதி போய்விட்டது. திறமை போய்விட்டது என்று சொல்ல வைக்கிறது. 10 விழுக்காடு இடஒதுக்கீடு தருவதால் தகுதி போகாதா? திறமை போகாதா? 100 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னால் 200 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னால் உயர் சாதியினர் மட்டுமே படிக்கலாம் என்ற காலம் இருந்ததல்லவா? அதனை உருவாக்க நினைக்கிறார்கள். இதனை தடுக்க வேண்டும். சமூக நீதி என்ற பெயரால் சமீபத்தில் கர்நாடக மாநிலத்தில் செய்யப்பட்ட செயல்களை நீங்கள் அனைவரும் அறிந்திருப்பீர்கள். இஸ்லாமியர்களுக்கான தனி இடஒதுக்கீடு முழுமையாக ரத்து செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. அவர்களை உயர் சாதி ஏழைகள் என்ற பிரிவில் சேர்த்துள்ளார்கள். இஸ்லாமியரிடமிருந்து பறித்து வேறு 2 சமூகத்துக்கு பிரித்து கொடுத்து இஸ்லாமியர்களுக்கும் அந்த சமூகத்துக்கும் மோதலை உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறார்கள். அதே போல பட்டியலின மக்களுக்குள் பாகுபாடு காட்டப்பட்டுள்ளது. நடக்க இருக்கும் கர்நாடக மாநில சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலை மனதில் வைத்து இதனை செய்துள்ளார்கள். பாஜகவுக்கு வாக்களிப்பவர்கள் வாக்களிக்காதவர்கள் என்று நினைத்து இந்த பாகுபாடு செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. வெளிப்படையாகவே சமூக நீதி கொலை செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது கர்நாடகாவில். பட்டியலின மக்களின் இடஒதுக்கீடு முறையாக வழங்கப்பட வேண்டும். பிற்படுத்தப்பட்டோர், மிகவும் பிற்படுத்தப்பட்டோர் இடஒதுக்கீடு முறையாக வழங்கப்பட வேண்டும். சிறுபான்மையினர் இடஒதுக்கீடு முறையாக வழங்கப்பட வேண்டும். நீதித்துறையில் இடஒதுக்கீடு செயல்பாட்டிற்கு வர வேண்டும். இதர பிற்படுத்தப்பட்ட சமுதாயத்தினருக்கு பதவி உயர்வில் இடஒதுக்கீடு உறுதி செய்யப்பட வேண்டும். சாதிவாரி கணக்கெடுப்பினை ஒன்றிய அரசு நடத்தி அதன் தரவுகளை வெளியிட வேண்டும். இவற்றை அகில இந்திய ரீதியில் கண்காணிக்க வேண்டும். மாநில அளவிலும் கண்காணிக்க வேண்டும். சமூக ரீதியாகவும் கண்காணிக்க வேண்டும். திராவிட முன்னேற்றக் கழகம் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்ததும் ஆதிதிராவிட பழங்குடியினர் ஆணையத்தை அமைத்தது. சமூக நீதி ஆணையத்தை அமைத்தது. சமூக நீதி கண்காணிப்பு குழுவை அமைத்தது. இந்த கண்காணிப்பு குழு கல்வி, வேலைவாய்ப்பு, பதவிகள், பதவி உயர்வுகள், நியமனங்கள் ஆகியவற்றில் சமூக நீதி அளவுகோல் முறையாக முழுமையாக பின்பற்றப்படுகிறதா என்பதை கண்காணிக்கும், வழிகாட்டும், செயல்படுத்தும். இவை சரியாக நடைமுறைப்படுத்தப்படாவிட்டால் உரிய நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க அரசுக்கு பரிந்துரை செய்யும். அந்த வகையில் அரசு அலுவலர்கள், கல்வியாளர்கள், சட்ட வல்லுநர்கள் கொண்டு குழு அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. Such committees should be established in all the states. I appeal to political leaders in all states to take up this initiative. We should collectively spearhead the resolutions to be passed in this meeting. திமுக சார்பில் இன்றைய இளைய தலைமுறையினருக்கு சமூக நீதி வரலாற்றை எடுத்துச் சொல்லும் வகையில் ஸ்டடி சர்க்கிள்ஸ் ஆரம்பித்து கூட்டங்களை நடத்தி வருகிறோம். இந்த இணைய மாநாட்டில் பங்கேற்றுள்ள அனைவரும் அவரவர் மாநிலங்களில் தந்தை பெரியார், புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கர், மகாத்மா ஜோதிராவ் பூலே போன்ற சமூக சீர்திருத்தவாதிகளின் பெயர்களில் ஸ்டடி சர்க்கிள்ஸ் துவங்கி நாடு முழுவதும் உள்ள இளைஞர்களுக்கு சமூக நீதி பற்றிய புரிதலையும் விழிப்புணர்வையும் ஏற்படுத்திட வேண்டும். இந்தியா முழுமைக்கும் கூட்டாட்சியை, மாநில சுயாட்சியை, மதச்சார்பின்மையை, சமத்துவத்தை, சகோதரத்துவத்தை, சமதர்மத்தை, சமூக நீதியை நிலைநாட்ட நாம் குரல் கொடுத்தாக வேண்டும். அது வெறும் குரலாக மட்டும் இருக்க முடியாது. தனித்தனி குரலாக மட்டும் இருந்தால் பயனில்லை. கூட்டு குரலாக, கூட்டணி குரலாக அமைய வேண்டும். However idealistic an ideology may be, for it to succeed, the unity among the parties which has accepted the ideology is of great importance. Such a unity is not enough. If it is in only few states, it has to happen in every state. It has to be for the whole of India. It has for that unity. Federation like this will serve as the foundation. Let's fight together to create an India of social justice, an India of equal justice, an India of brotherhood. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Now invite Honorable Mr. Justice Virendra Singh Yadav, Chairman of the SRA and founder of the Samajik Chetna Foundation, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, online and off the line, I feel pleasure having an opportunity for vote of thanks to all the esteemed participants in this first national conference of All India Federation for Social Justice on taking forward the struggle for social justice and joint national program for social justice movement. I would like to thank Honorable Thiru M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, for the ideology of formation of All India Federation for Social Justice. I will further like to thank to Honorable Justice V. Aishwarya, who delivered the welcome address and the valuable views, and who is the convener of Social Revolution Alliance also. I will like to thank all the participants and delivering their valuable views. Honorable Mr. B.N. Wagh, Honorable Mr. G.K. Karunanidhi, Honorable Mr. Dev Rajan, Honorable Mr. Vaman Mishram, Honorable Mr. B.D. Borkar, Honorable Dr. Mr. Lakshman Yadav, Professor, Delhi University, and Dr. Anil Jaihind, Honorable Dr. Ratanlal, Delhi University, Honorable Professor Dr. Suraj Mandal, Delhi University, Honorable Mr. Dada Bahadur Singh Lodhi from Madhya Pradesh, Honorable Dilip Mandal, Senior Journalist, Honorable Mr. Wilson, MP, Rajya Sabha, Tamil Nadu, who delivered his keynote, and Honorable Mr. Derek O'Brien, Member Parliament, Honorable Mr. Chhagan Bhujbal, Honorable Mr. E.T. Mahmood Bashir, Honorable Mr. Manoj Kumar Jha, Honorable Mr. Rajkumar Saini, former MP, Honorable Mr. Madhav Jankar, MLC, Honorable Mr. Dr. K.K. Rao, Honorable Mr. Farooq Abdullah Sahib from Jammu and Kashmir, Honorable Mr. Sanjay Singh, MP, Honorable Mr. Sitaram Yechuri, Honorable Mr. D. Raja, Honorable Mr. Tejasvi Yadav, Deputy Chairman, Deputy CM of Bihar, Honorable Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, National President of Samajwadi Party, Honorable Mr. Veerappa Moily, former Minister of Law of Government of India, Honorable Mr. Ashok Gehlot, CM Rajasthan, Honorable Mr. Thiru Mavlevan, Member Parliament, Honorable Mr. Vaiko, Member Parliament, Honorable Mr. K. Veeramani ji, Honorable Mr. Hemant Soren ji, CM Jharkhand, and the audience and the organizers of this event, the staff and the officers and the team of Mr. P. Wilson, who successfully managed the event with no problem, no hurdle. It is appreciable to Mr. Wilson.
Apart from it, I will like to add that if we want that all the constitutional provisions beneficiary to the backward classes have to be implemented in real sense, the organized collective struggle of backward classes, OBCs, STs, and minorities, SC minorities required. The Bhim Raj for social justice, economic equality based on Sankhyaatmak Bhagidari in lieu of so-called Ram Raj is the foremost requirement of this country. It may only be achieved thereby infusing many amongst the organized of social justice of India. SRA, Social Revolution Alliance, the known political organization of organizations, is doing his best to get all the organizations of social justice to work together collectively as an ally of Social Revolution Alliance. The formation of All India Federation of Social Justice shall bring together all like-minded leaders of political parties, activists, and members of civil society across the nation to work jointly strengthening the political power of fight for the goal of everything for everyone. The motto of special justice, it will prove a milestone to accelerate awareness amongst the voters to choose and elect rulers only amongst the Bahujan Mool Nivasis, who are supposed to support the concept of Sankhyaatmak Bhagidari, proportionate distribution, involvement in the entire sources of the country under the slogan of Jiski Jitni Sankhya Bhari, Uski Utni Hissedari. Thanks and regard to all of you.
Please stand for the national anthem.
गणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
அவங்களை பார்க்க முடியாதா?